Phoenix Nights. Chapter 1. Shinrei, one of the thousands of otaku army, 24 years old. He was unemployed after graduating from college. He managed to open an online store and barely make a living. He still had no house, no car, and no girlfriend. On this day, he picked up a mobile phone on the road with a camera. Although the phone didn't even have a brand, it was obviously a counterfeit. After all, it was a windfall. Besides, a mobile phone with a camera would always make people think about it. Shinrei immediately pressed the power switch. The screen lit up, and a square box appeared in the middle. A row of light words popped out of the box. "Are you sure you want to do this?" He pressed the confirm button, and the light words appeared again. "Are you really sure? Which board guy set up such a boot animation?" Shinrei pressed the confirm button again without thinking, and the words, "Congratulations on winning the prize. Welcome to the super system," appeared in the middle of the screen, and then the phone exploded. Before Shinrei could say, "Scam," he had already lost consciousness. Not knowing how long had passed, Shinrei opened his eyes in a daze. He only felt a terrible headache. He faintly remembered that the scam phone exploded, and he fainted. Now there seemed to be a lot of things in his head. Before he could think about it, he heard someone in front of him asking, "You're awake?" The first thing that came into view was a thin face with dark skin and handsome facial features. He had dark silver hair, pointed ears, and blue eyes. His gloomy face was filled with doubt. Facing this alternative face, Shinrei looked very calm. He had seen many anime enthusiasts on the internet who cosplayed their favorite cartoon or manga characters. It seemed to be called cosplay. He immediately said, "Did you save me?" "Thank you. It's not easy to save someone these days." "Saved you?" Seeing Shinrei's grateful look, the anime enthusiast was even more surprised. He whispered to himself, "Is there a problem with the dosage of the medicine? Or did I use the wrong medicine?" In this one-to-one exchange, Shinrei could tell that both their languages were very strange. He had never heard it before, but for some reason, he could understand the meaning behind it. It seemed to be some kind of common language. "Bro, this elf is very realistic, but his skin is too dark." Shinrei shook his head in confusion. He struggled to sit up, only to feel sore all over. Looking at the strange environment around him, he asked, "By the way, where is this place? How dare you mock the dark elf skin color? You damned human!" The anime enthusiast reacted and flew into a rage. With a sizzling sound from his hands, Shinrei saw an electric arc flash, and he was instantly sent flying a few meters away. His paralyzed body twitched involuntarily, and the air was filled with a burning smell. "Sly! Come out now!" Despite having punished Shinrei, the anime enthusiast's shrill voice was still filled with anger. A short black shadow scrambled over. It was a strange fellow with red skin, a short stature, and an ugly appearance. 2 rows of sharp teeth could be vaguely seen in its wide mouth. "Dear Master Aldous, your humble servant Sly is waiting for your order. You are the most evil and greatest potion master in the entire demon realm." The voice was full of flattery, but Aldous was in a bad mood. He couldn't listen to such boring flattery at all. He shouted, "Put away that hypocritical trick. You lazy imp, you're just a servant. Did you feed him the wrong potion just now?" Sly was shocked and quickly said, "Absolutely not. I just followed the master's instruction and used the truth potion in the number 3 potion bottle." "Truth potion?" "So what he said when he mocked me just now was the truth." Aldous's gloomy tone made Sly break out in a cold sweat. "Go and let this damn guy get a bottle of blood now, then drink the number 6 tearing potion." Sly didn't dare to be long-winded. He immediately went to the table to pick the potion bottle as instructed. If there was no lightning just now, Shinrei would think it was an anime party or a movie. Seeing the imp approaching step by step, his heart was instantly filled with fear. He wanted to struggle, but his numb body couldn't listen to the control of his brain. Sly walked to Shinrei. Without using a blade, he stretched out his sharp nails and scratched Shinrei's arm. Suddenly, blood came out. Sly's small eyes lit up. He smacked his lips and squeezed the wound while using a transparent glass bottle to collect the blood. The bottle's capacity wasn't small. When the blood was gradually filled, Shinrei's body was cold and dizzy. When the bottle was finally filled, the imp wiped it on the wound to stop the bleeding. He then put his claws into his mouth and sucked. His greedy expression was as if he was tasting the most delicious food, which made Shinrei's hair stand on end. However, this extra action immediately caused Aldous' dissatisfied snort. Sly shuddered and didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately poured the number 6 potion into Shinrei's mouth. When the potion entered his mouth, there was a faint sweet taste, but on the contrary, it had a terrible effect. After a while, Shinrei's whole body began to feel pain. Every inch of his skin seemed to be torn apart. It was the first time in his life that he suffered this kind of pain. He couldn't help but scream. Shinrei's painful look made Aldous show a hateful expression. He nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the tearing potion is very effective. I don't know if the human physique is resistant to the truth potion, or is there something wrong with the potion itself? Aldous knew that the strongest effect of the tearing potion was yet to come. He was too lazy to listen to Shinrei's scream and ordered, "Slee, take him to the dungeon and guard him well. Starve him for a night. If he dies in the experiment one day, I don't mind giving the body to you as food." Slee was overjoyed and blurted out a series of flattering words. Aldous' tone turned gloomy. "However, once I find out that you have another attempt to eat, you will be the next experiment subject." Slee stayed in the lab for a long time. Thinking of the miserable condition of the previous experiment subjects, he was shivering in fear. He nodded and immediately dragged Shinrei out of the house. The imp's strength wasn't weak. He dragged Shinrei along the way to a dark and damp basement and threw him in. "Hurry up and die, damn guy. Sir Slee has never tasted a human before." The imp was different from his humble and respectful look in front of Aldous just now. He arrogantly kicked Shinrei a few times and licked his fingers that were stained with blood. Greed flashed in his eyes, but he didn't dare to disobey Aldous' order. He closed the cell door and jumped out step by step. As Shinrei struggled to turn over, the pain in his body suddenly increased by 10 times. He couldn't help but scream again. A mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Unknown poisonous substance found. Do you want to absorb and activate the super system?" Shinrei was in extreme pain, so he responded casually. There was a sudden coolness in his heart, and it quickly spread to his whole body. The pain actually weakened significantly. Insufficient energy supply. The system activation progress is 0.5%. More energy is needed to complete. There was another ding in his mind, then it disappeared without a trace. Wait, system? What is this? When Shinrei reacted, the voice never appeared again. Is it an illusion? Shinrei didn't have time to think about it because he was stunned by the large amount of information that was added to his mind. When he just woke up, he felt that there were a lot of memories in his mind that he didn't have before. After this torment, these memory fragments had been automatically digested and absorbed. It turned out that he was no longer the original Shinrei, but a young man named Arthur. This place wasn't Earth, but another world. It really is the soul transmigration. As an otaku who liked to read online novels on Chidian, Shinrei immediately reacted. Shinrei's parents died early. His only closest grandfather also passed away last year, so he didn't have much to worry about. The problem was that he had heard a lot about transmigration and rebirth, but he had never heard of such a miserable one. Shinrei learned from Arthur's incomplete memory fragments that this space was a magic world. Arthur seemed to be a descendant of a noble family. He was 20 years old and lived a comfortable life. When he went out to play 2 days ago, he was inexplicably teleported to such a place where demons were everywhere. He was caught and sent into the laboratory of the enthusiast, Aldous, and began his miserable life as an experiment subject. The human world where Arthur lived had humans, elves, dwarves, and other races. This place was probably the legendary world of demons that was hostile to humans. Demons were a powerful race. Due to their defeat to the human coalition forces in the ancient war, they were expelled to the harsh abyss world. The entrance was also sealed by a powerful enchantment. Despite this, the demons had never given up the attempt to return to the ground. Every 500 years, the enchantment entrance would weaken, which was the beginning of the war between the two sides. It was just that the demons were equally miserable. They had never won the final victory in history. In the most recent war 300 years ago, the demons' coalition forces under the command of the first powerhouse, Byakuya, Lucifer, caused heavy casualties to humans. However, as in the past, the final victory still belonged to light and justice. Byakuya, Lucifer was killed by the human powerhouse, and the defeated demon's army was forced to withdraw to the demon realm. Arthur's understanding of demons in his memory was limited to this. In fact, there was no shortage of powerhouses in the human world who could break rivers with their swords and crack mountains with their fists. However, Arthur was a standard trash. He didn't know any combat energy or magic. His biggest specialty was eating, drinking, and having fun. If Arthur's soul was still there, Chunrui would definitely strangle this kid's neck and roar, "How the hell do you have such an amazing specialty?" The reality was that this guy had been completely freed from the torture of Aldous' potion. What he had to face next was the tragic successor, Chunrui. What would a weak human with no power do in a world full of demons? Experiment subject? Food? The more Chunrui thought about it, the more scared he was. He regretted his stupid action of pressing confirm at that time. He had already cursed the phone thousands of times in his heart, but there was no medicine for regret now. In his previous life, he was an otaku. He was good at reading novels, playing games, and browsing forums, but he had never been involved in martial arts or fighting. Even if he knew a thing or two, it was useless in this magic world. How can I survive? Chunrui thought for a long time, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. In the double physical and psychological exhaustion, he finally fell asleep. Chapter 2. Early the next morning, Chunrui was taken by Slee to the lab yesterday. He didn't have time to take a closer look yesterday. The space of this lab was actually quite large. The table was filled with various drugs and strange instruments. In front of Aldous, Slee's arrogant attitude toward Chunrui immediately became extremely respectful. Aldous waved his hand and stopped Slee's endless compliments. He asked Chunrui, "Are you hungry?" Chunrui couldn't wait to beat this thin face into a fat man, but he nodded silently. "Just right, try this." Aldous smiled maliciously and took out a bottle of green sticky liquid. It was even emitting white gas. Chunrui's hair stood up as he saw it. He immediately regretted his answer and shook his head desperately. Slee, who observed Chunrui's expression, immediately punched Chunrui's head and kicked him. "Okay. Let him drink half of it first." Aldous' words made Slee stop. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. "One day, I will make you drink the water that I wash my feet with." In desperation, Chunrui had to endure the vomiting and drink the bottle of disgusting potion. It almost went straight down his throat without going through his tongue. Not long after he drank the potion, his stomach began to heat up and swell, accompanied by bursts of pain. Chunrui then understood the reason for Aldous' sinister smile just now. At that moment there was a ding sound in his mind. The mysterious voice sounded again. "Unknown poisonous substance found. Do you want to absorb and activate the super system?" "Yes." Chunrui's stomach's swelling pain was getting worse. He couldn't care less and shouted out loud. The familiar coolness rose, the swelling pain gradually disappeared, and the bloated stomach returned to its original state. "Insufficient energy supply. The system activation progress is 0.7%. More energy is needed to complete." Chunrui breathed a sigh of relief. This time he heard it clearly. The absorption effect was immediate. He couldn't help but get excited. Super system? This name seems quite familiar. Aldous apparently couldn't hear this mysterious voice. He widened his eyes and looked at Chinray, who returned to normal in a short time. That's not right. Is the proportion of the swelling grass wrong again? Aldous glanced at Slee, who was grimacing at Chinray, and ordered, Slee, drink the rest. Slee's face suddenly turned bitter. He pleaded, Respected master. Before he finished his words, a sizzling sound flashed in Aldous' hand. It was the precursor of lightning. Slee saw that the situation was bad, so he forced himself to drink the potion in his hand. As a result, a few minutes later, the imp clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground in pain. His stomach gradually swelled like a pregnant woman who was 10 months pregnant. Looking at Slee's miserable state, Chinray only felt creeped out. The laboratory and the dead-faced master were too dangerous. It was better to slip away as soon as possible. That's not right. This potion is clearly effective. Aldous looked at Slee's miserable state in confusion. He recalled Chinray's appearance just now. There seemed to be such a spell. He quickly said, Slee, quickly say yes. Yes. Slee shouted while enduring the swelling pain. Obviously, it didn't have any effect. Yes. 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 Slee shouted desperately. As a result, he used too much force, and it became more and more painful. You idiot, slow down. Make your accent more mellow. Aldous cursed Slee. However, when the imp couldn't say a word after saying yes, the effect of the potion still didn't diminish. Stop! Aldous shouted at Chinray, who was moving. He leaped over a distance of 7 or 8 meters and blocked in front of Chinray. There was another bottle of potion in his hand. Quickly drink this! Chinray's attempt to escape was discovered. He cursed this pervert in his heart. Why didn't he drink the half bottle of bloating potion just now? Looking at Aldous' terrifying expression, he didn't dare to say anything. He took it and drank it. This time, the effect of the potion was stiffness. When the prompt sounded in his brain again, Chinray had lost all feeling in his body. He couldn't even speak with his mouth. When he expressed, agree, in his heart, the wonderful effect happened again. The stiffness disappeared, and the prompt showed that the system's startup progress had reached 1.2%. There was another prompt. Completed substance transformation for 3 consecutive times. Do you want to turn on automatic intelligent absorption? Chinray confirmed in his heart without hesitation, this is a life-saving thing. Otherwise, if I encounter a quick poison that kills immediately, I'll be dead before I have time to remind myself. Aldous grabbed the empty bottle and glanced at the label on the bottle. He confirmed that it was number 103. Powerful petrification potion. His expression was extremely shocked. Damn human, what magic did you use? If I knew magic, would it be your turn to feed me potions? Chinray secretly criticized, but his face showed an innocent expression. Aldous grabbed him to the table, took out a bunch of bottles and forced him to drink. Chinray had goosebumps when he looked at the names. Powerful poison potion. And powerful heart-eating potion. Fortunately, the powerful super system didn't reject anything and accepted them all. Seeing that the potion bottles were emptied one by one, but Chinray was still safe and sound, Aldous' breathing became heavier. The startup progress of the super system had reached 18%. Chinray found that the more potent the potion, the higher the progress. However, when the same potion was taken again, the growth index was very little. His expectation for this unknown system was getting higher and higher. What would happen when it was 100% activated? Suddenly, Chinray couldn't bear it and said, Master, wait a minute! Aldous' eyes lit up. His gaze fell on the empty bottle that was drunk just now. He carefully picked it up as if he was grasping the last life-saving straw. He asked with hope, Do you feel numb and have difficulty breathing? That's not it. Chinray said apologetically. I didn't eat last night. I drank too much water just now. I can't hold it anymore. May I know where the toilet is? Bang! The bottle suddenly broke. Aldous' handsome facial features were twisted together. He gritted his teeth and said, "Too much water? Damn human, how dare you insult a potion master's lifelong effort?" Shinrui was shocked and shut his mouth tightly. "Yesterday, I was struck by lightning because of skin color discrimination. Do I have to repeat the same mistake today because of discrimination? Alright, I'll just hold it. It's better than being electrocuted to the point of incontinence. Unfortunately, the super system can't absorb lightning. Human's physique has actually reached this level? My research results, my new poison, are they all?" Aldous gasped and shouted hysterically. "No! I still have the formula. I will now make the highest difficulty white potion to make every bone in your body rot." At this time, the effect of the half bottle of swelling potion gradually subsided. Slee's abdominal pain was reduced a lot. He lay on the ground panting. The imp had followed Aldous for a short time. When he heard the words, "white potion," he looked horrified and shouted, "Master Aldous, don't." Unfortunately, Aldous, who was in a half-crazy state, couldn't listen to any persuasion. What was more maddening than watching his lifelong effort go down the drain? Shinrui noticed that the situation wasn't good, so he quietly ran toward the lab door. When Aldous poured the purple liquid in the test tube into the bubbling utensils, there was a sudden change. There was a loud bang and the utensils burst open. The glassware on the table was shattered under the huge impact. Various liquids and powders were scattered like rain. Aldous, who bore the brunt of the impact, flew back for more than 10 meters and fell to the ground with a bang. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The imp who was closer was also flipped a few times and slammed into the wall. Fortunately, Shinrui had already retreated outside the lab, so he managed to escape. The lab was built very sturdily. There wasn't even a crack. Shinrui carefully looked out. When he saw the miserable state of the two guys, he secretly rejoiced that he saw the opportunity early. Although he was looking forward to the effect of the super system being fully activated, Aldous' madness was too terrifying. God knows what kind of horrible things this guy would do. "If I don't leave now, when?" Shinrui picked up a worn-out cloak on the ground, covered his head and slipped out. Aldous' lab seemed to be located in a large manor. Maybe the lab was too dangerous, there was no one on the road. As the saying goes, people have 3 needs. He drank so much water just now, and he couldn't hold it anymore. He came to a garden and poured it on a plant. It was called fertilizing. Shinrui finished relaxing and fastened his pants. When he turned around, he suddenly shivered because there was a face staring at him curiously. It was a girl wearing a long white dress. She looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. Her skin was white and tender, her facial features were exquisite, and she had a head of curly golden hair. Her pair of beautiful purple eyes blinked as if they could speak. Although Shinrui wasn't a lolicon, he was stunned by the girl's beauty at this time. He had seen countless celebrities and beauties on the internet. Even those beauties who were photoshopped were far from this pure girl with perfect temperament and appearance. The girl blinked her big charming eyes, and her gaze slowly moved to his lower body. She showed a regretful expression. "Unfortunately, it's too small." Shinrui almost thought that there was something wrong with his hearing. The perfect statue of the pure loli in his heart broke with a caw sound. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and replied with difficulty. "It's okay. It's not small anymore." It was related to the most important self-esteem of men. He couldn't be looked down upon by a woman in any case, especially such a stunning little beauty. The girl sighed and shook her head. "It's much bigger than this." Could it be that she had seen more? Shinrui asked himself that Arthur's capital in certain aspects was strong enough. At least, it was far better than his previous life. Are the guys in the demon realm all dinosaur-level monsters? Also, why would such an exquisite little beauty say such words so naturally? In desperation, Shinrui had to say with grief and indignation, "There's always someone stronger than you. There's always someone stronger than you. It has tried its best." "What did you say?" The loli looked at him strangely, and pointed to a radish-like plant buried in the soil below Chinrei's side. I said this lala potato hasn't grown up yet, so it can't be pulled out to eat. Lala potato? Chinrei then realized that she was still carrying a small basket with flowers and plants in her hand. His face instantly became red. It was the first time in his life that he felt so embarrassed, but he didn't notice the slyness that flashed in the loli's eyes. Chapter 3. My name is Alice. The beautiful loli's innocent smile made Chinrei even more ashamed. Brother, what about you? My name is Chinrei. Chinrei thought for a moment. Since he was reborn in this damn place, he might as well give up the name Arthur and return to his original name. Sister Alice, can you tell me how to leave here? Leave? Alice blinked her bright and cute big eyes and said, This place is very close to Master Aldous' lab. You want to go there? I'll take you there. No! Of course not there! Chinrei was shocked. Are you kidding me? It's not easy to leave that perverted place. It would be strange if I'm not retarded if I go back. Alice asked curiously. Why not? I heard that the Master's experiment is very interesting. I want to take a look. It's very interesting. It's just letting people drink poison like a drink. Chinrei looked at the innocent and cute little girl. He gritted his teeth and lied against his will. So you still don't know? Something happened in the lab. I'm the Master's new apprentice. The Master accidentally took a strange medicine just now. He hit everyone he saw like a madman. Even Slee was knocked out by him. If you are seen by him, you will definitely be hurt. I have an urgent matter to leave here now, but I don't remember the way. Can you take me away? Hearing that Aldous was mad, Alice looked horrified. Her little head nodded fiercely. It's so scary! But you're the Master's apprentice. It's hard to leave without his permission. The Master can't wake up now, and my matter is urgent. Chinrei pleaded. Alice, can you please help me? Alice pouted her cute mouth and thought for a while. She finally nodded. Okay, but you have to wear a cloak and walk with your head down. Don't let others find out that you're a new apprentice. Thank you so much. Chinrei was also afraid that his human identity would be exposed. This proposal was exactly what he wanted, so he couldn't help but be overjoyed. No need to thank me, big brother. Alice smiled sweetly, showing 2 cute dimples. She took the initiative to hold Chinrei's hand and walked out. Chinrei only felt that the little girl's hand was moist and smooth, and he felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Who said that the devil realm is full of cruel demons? This little girl was very kind and helpful. She was more angelic than an angel. Along the way, the two of them encountered many strange-looking demons. Most of them were tall, ferocious, and armed. They were probably the guards of the manor. The little loli seemed to be a regular customer here. Not only did the guards not come forward to question her, but they also showed a respectful expression. Seeing that no one came forward to stop him, Chinrei finally felt relieved. Remembering Alice's words, he hid his face in the cloak and walked with his head down, but he missed the extremely strange expressions on the guards' faces. This manor was very big. After walking around for a long time, the little loli finally stopped and said, We're here! Chinrei was overjoyed. When he looked up, he was instantly petrified. It turned out that this was the place he was most afraid of, Aldous' perverted lab. Alice smiled, and her eyes curved into 2 beautiful crescent moons. Didn't Big Brother want to come here? Now that you're here, you have to thank me properly. Just like before, it was an angel-like innocent smile. However, Chinrei seemed to see fangs at the corner of the angel's mouth, and there was a small tail wagging behind her. As he was trying to slip away, Alice's warm little hand was like an iron hoop. His body couldn't move at all. Is anyone here? I'm coming! Alice pulled Chinrei intimately and shouted loudly. Who is it? How dare you barge in so rudely? The imp Slee shouted and jumped out limping. When he saw Alice, he didn't know if he was scared or shocked, but he fell to the ground with a thud. Aldous, whose face was covered in dirt, heard the news and came out. When he saw Chunrui, his eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light, but he didn't rush up as he imagined. Instead, he bowed to Alice. "Master, I haven't seen you for a long time." Alice let go of her hand and looked aggrieved. "Your new apprentice got lost, so I helped him find the way home. It's just that this brother is very dishonest. He actually lied to me. He said that Master had taken some medicine that you shouldn't have. If you see me, you will take off my clothes then." Cough. Chunrui coughed violently. His face almost turned green. He couldn't wait to dig a hole to hide in. This little girl is too black-bellied and too powerful. At this point, there was nothing to explain. It was just like when he was almost cheated of his feelings by a ladyboy when he first entered the internet. He had nothing to say because his skills were inferior. "Little princess, don't believe this cunning human." Aldous also looked embarrassed. He changed the topic. "This guy fell into the demon realm 3 days ago. I was trying to use him to slowly test the new medicine. Who knew that all the medicine that was fine today had no effect on him? When I was mixing the white potion, I accidentally had an accident. He took the opportunity to escape. Fortunately, he met the little princess." Little princess. Chunrui finally understood the true identity of this black-bellied little loli. This time, he was the one who got himself into trouble. However, Aldous said that he was cunning, which he would never admit. Compared to Alice, he was as pure as a white cup. "All the medicine failed?" Alice's eyes lit up as if she saw some interesting toys. "I went to the Black Rainforest with Athena this time, and I happened to bring back some interesting things. This is intestine-severing grass, this is heart-rotting flower. Why don't you let this human try?" The small basket wasn't actually filled with fruits and flowers, but this interesting stuff? This girl is the real little devil. Before Chunrui could protest, he was tied up by Slee with a rope and escorted back to the lab. An hour later, Aldous' brows frowned even tighter. Although the herbs in the depths of the Black Rainforest were very potent, they were still ineffective on Chunrui. Now the progress of the super system had reached 19.6%, but Chunrui didn't have the slightest joy. A crazy enthusiast is scary enough. Together with a black-bellied little loli, the power isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Since she liked to use some slightly poisonous medicine for pranks, Alice had always been interested in pharmaceutics. She could be considered as half an apprentice of Aldous. She held her face and thought for a while, then she said, "Master, you are using negative potions. Why don't you try something that enhances the status?" Aldous felt that this idea was feasible. He opened a metal cabinet and selected a bottle of red potion from it. He said, "Let's try this powerful strength potion first." Slee respectfully took the potion and poured it into Chunrui's mouth. Chunrui only felt that his body was boiling hot as if he was injected with a stimulant. His strength skyrocketed, and the rope on his body suddenly broke. Slee wanted to make a contribution in front of the princess, so he pounced to subdue Chunrui. Chunrui had no place to vent his excess strength, so they immediately wrestled together. Originally, even if Chunrui drank the strength potion, it would be difficult to defeat Slee. However, Slee didn't dare to kill him in front of the princess and the master, and the human who drank the stimulant was fighting desperately, so he was suppressed to the point that he couldn't fight back. Slee's call for help was getting louder and louder, but Aldous and Alice didn't intend to help at all. Chunrui already had a grudge against this imp who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was just the right time to beat him up. However, he didn't dare to attack Aldous or Alice. These two were terrorists that he couldn't afford to offend. The strange thing was that the super system didn't absorb the energy of this buff, but the progress increased a little. It was currently 19.7%. When the imp was lying on the ground with a swollen face, the effect of the powerful strength potion slowly disappeared. Aldous carefully observed Chunrui, who had calmed down, and he was surprised again. The powerful strength potion can greatly enhance strength, but it still contains some ingredients with side effects. After the effect of the potion, one will be in an extremely weak state. Why is he not affected at all? Alice asked in surprise. Could it be that the master has formulated a true strength potion without side effects? Aldous was refreshed, then he shook his head and sighed. Impossible, the formula of that potion has been lost, and only the legendary Grand Master has the ability to refine it. You can't find a bottle in the entire demon realm. Shinrei on the side heard the word side effect, and his heart moved. Is it the effect of the automatic intelligence, absorbing the substances with side effects and leaving the beneficial ingredients? Although it's just a guess, this assumption is very likely. Otherwise, if all the beneficial substances are absorbed, how can I survive? I will starve to death no matter how much I eat. Aldous tried several buff potions in succession and finally came to a crazy conclusion. Poison is useless to this human, but the more tonics, the better. In front of this kind of person, the famous poison master is simply a kind and charitable nutritionist. There must be some potion that can restrain him. Aldous yelled. He couldn't care less about losing his composure in front of the little princess. He started to be stubborn again. In just a few hundred years, has the human become so terrifying? He's just a weak, ordinary person. If so, what place do we demons have in the future? Alice was a bystander and shook her head. I don't think all humans are like this, but this guy has a problem. Master, why don't you make a magic tool to test? I can't make that kind of tool. Alchemy is broad and profound. I'm just doing some research on the pharmaceutics. Aldous seemed to be quite rigorous in academics. He suddenly thought of something and his eyes were bloodthirsty. I once gave his blood to Slee, but there was no immunity effect. This time, I'll just cut his body open for research. Shinrei shuddered. What he had been worried about was finally going to happen. Master, wait. Alice said what Shinrei was thinking. Don't kill him. This guy is quite interesting. Let me play with him. At this moment, Shinrei felt the angel's halo once again fell on Alice's head. He even had the awareness of being a toy. He quickly said, Don't kill me. Master, I will try the potion obediently until you are satisfied. This idea was quite good. Not only could he save his life, but he could also survive until the super system was 100% complete. Maybe by then, he could become a Superman, punching the imp and stepping on the dark elf. It was fine to say this a few hours ago, but now it was the biggest irony in Aldous' sharp ears. His gloomy face looked even gloomier. Chapter 4. Seeing that Alice was still interested in Shinrei, Aldous explained patiently. Little princess, if you can solve the mystery of this human, the power of the demons will have a leap. For our Dark Moon City, the benefits are immeasurable. At least, Princess Royal's situation will improve a lot. As soon as Aldous mentioned her sister, Alice hesitated and finally didn't insist. Shinrei had goosebumps as he saw Aldous approaching with a grin. Don't worry, I won't kill you at once. I'll just dissect you selectively, Aldous said gloomily. I will maintain your life and conduct more experiments. Damn, I don't want to be a lab rat even if I die. Shinrei was quick-witted and shouted. Wait. As long as you don't touch me, I'll tell you all the secrets. This sentence made Aldous stop. He stared at Shinrei with his eyes glowing. Say it. It all started from a place called Mount Wagwa. When I went out to play, I accidentally fell into the waterfall. Shinrei's thoughts turned quickly and tried to talk about the plot he was familiar with. There is a water curtain cave in the waterfall. In the water curtain cave, I got the inheritance of a Grand Master. The Grand Master's name is Sun Wukong. Many things in this world were similar to the original Earth, such as time, units, common nouns, etc., so Shinrei basically had no concerns. The more he said, the smoother he got. This Sun Wukong was the top Grand Master of alchemy. He once made an artifact weighing 13,500 pounds, called Jingu Bang. It wasn't afraid of any magic and could freely change its size. It could be as big as penetrating the sky and as small as a needle. He also created an elixir. Jasper Lake Flat Peach. which was enough to let ordinary people have a lifespan of thousands of years or even immortality. Now it was a matter of life and death. He would lie as much as he could. Even if he was strangled to death by Wu Qingjian and the fans of Journey to the West again, he could only accept it. An artifact that could fight against the gods. An elixir that could live forever. A grand master of both mechanics and potions. The Dark Elf was stunned. If it's true, then this great Grand Master has definitely reached the god level. Aldous was shocked, but he immediately showed doubt. Since this Grand Master has such amazing achievements, why have I never heard of his name in the history books? Chunrei's lie was almost exposed. He was shocked. Fortunately, he had read a lot of online novels and immediately found the plot to fill in the hole. Above the primeval age, there was an even more ancient desolate age, also known as the Age of Gods. Sun Wukong was a character from the Great Desolate Era. Because his achievements were too shocking, he could almost allow ordinary people to contend against the gods. As a result, the gods panicked and sent an army of 100,000 to suppress Sun Wukong. In the end, they were defeated. Wukong also fought his way to the divine realm, causing all the gods to be terrified. That battle was called the Twilight of the Gods. In the end, Wukong was suppressed by the most powerful main god, Buddha. The history of the Great Desolation Era was also deliberately concealed by the gods. Even those ancient books might not have records of this aspect. Only one or two related terms could occasionally be seen in some remnant books. Twilight of the Gods? I seem to have seen it in a book, but I can't remember. Alice's words shocked Chunrei. Is there really such an illusion? In order not to be exposed, Chunrei quickly continued to fabricate. He claimed that he got the inheritance of the great Grand Master Wukong's remnant soul in the Water Curtain Cave, so he was inexplicably teleported to the demon realm. The remnant soul of the Grand Master was extremely powerful. It contained the Grand Master's lifetime experience and knowledge. The reason why he was immune to all kinds of poisons was entirely the result of the blessing of this trace of spirit. Chunrei learned many things about the Great Desolation Era from the remnant soul of Master Wukong. However, because his spirit was too weak, he couldn't get the real inheritance for the time being. He had to wait until his strength gradually grew before he could get more knowledge. The Dark Elf's face was slightly relieved. Chunrei's words at least proved that his lifelong study of pharmaceutics wasn't useless. It was just that someone's blessed physique was too special. Alice listened attentively, and asked him to talk more about the Great Desolation Era. Chunrei skillfully described the monsters in the classic of mountains and seas. Taowu, Qiongqi, Yingzhao, Huaxi were all vivid. It made Alice's eyes sparkled. If it weren't for Chunrei, who suffered from it previously, he wouldn't be able to see the true face of this lowly under her super cute appearance. He sneered. Even if there is a Great Desolation Era, I don't believe that any Grand Master can fight against the gods, and I don't believe that an incompetent guy like you will get the inheritance. If you can't come up with convincing evidence today, then you will personally experience the consequences of deceiving a dark elf. The little witch, who was a loyal listener just now, immediately changed sides. She didn't miss the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. And the great Lucifer royal family! Chunrei learned from Arthur's incomplete memory that the alchemy of this magic world could be divided into two categories, mechanics and pharmaceutics. In fact, it included comprehensive knowledge of mathematics, physics, smelting, medicine, magic circle, and other aspects. Due to the high level, there were very few people who reached the master level, and it was highly valued by the world. The human world was like this, and the demon realm was no exception. Chunrei's mind turned quickly, and he already had an idea. He asked, "What if I can come up with real evidence?" Aldous pondered. Assuming that what Chunrei said was all true, then keeping him alive was equivalent to keeping the lifelong effort of a god-level Grand Master. It was immeasurable value to New Moon City, the demon realm, and even the entire alchemy world. I swear by the reputation of the Dark Elves. If what you said is all true, I will never hurt you, Aldous said with a dignified expression. The reputation of the Dark Elves? An imperceptible smile flashed on Alice's face. In the demon realm, the Dark Elves were labeled as cunning and insidious, and they were proud of it. At least half of the assassins and killers in the entire demon realm were members of this race. It seemed that no matter how obsessed this master was with pharmaceutics, he was still a cunning dark elf after all. Chinray didn't know about this. He thought that Aldous really swore. He nodded and said, "My spirit is very weak. I can't bear more consciousness. I can only see one or two small tools for calculation from my memory. For a Grand Master, it's a trivial thing, but for... What is it? Tell me quickly." Before Chinray finished selling, he was interrupted by the eager Aldous. The work of a god-level Grand Master, even if it was a trivial thing, was likely to be priceless. "Do you have a pencil and paper?" "What is a pencil?" Alice watched with interest as Chinray and Aldous were busy. She helped a little from time to time, but the poor imp was still moaning on the ground. No one cared about it. After a while, Chinray's first work in a different world was completed. Aldous looked at the square frame in front of him in confusion, and the few square and rectangular wooden blocks inside. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't believe that this was a calculation tool created by a Grand Master. "That's it? So simple?" Alice asked curiously. "What's the use of these 9 ordinary wooden blocks?" Chinray shook his head and said seriously, "Don't underestimate ordinary wooden blocks. Not every work needs to use rare materials. Master Wukong once said that the real Grand Master is able to turn the rotten into the magical." "Turn the rotten into the magical? No wonder he's a god-level Grand Master." Aldous seemed to realize something. He suddenly became excited and his tone became unusually polite. "Please tell me, what's the mystery of this tool?" "Wait a minute, let me add something more." Chinray wrote a few words on each wooden block. They were Chao Chao, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Huang Zhong, and Soldier. "This is called Huarong Dao, a kind of divination chess. The largest square Chao Chao represents a king in the primitive era. The others are the knights and soldiers of the enemy kingdom who obstructed his escape." Chinray used a language that Aldous could understand to explain the illusions and playing rules of Huarong Dao. Huarong Dao was an ancient game known by almost every household in China. With its ever-changing and never-ending characteristics, together with Rubik's Cube and Diamond Solitaire, foreign intelligence experts called it the 3 incredible games in the intelligence game industry. The more Aldous listened, the more interested he became. As he was about to try, Alice was faster. She grabbed it and played with it excitedly. Aldous was anxious, but he didn't dare to make a move. Fortunately, this thing was easy to make. Soon, the dark elf made one and gradually immersed himself in it. The little Loli's patience wasn't very good. After continuous failures, she was already angry. She asked Chinray, "Are you lying to us? This king can't escape at all." Chinray was naturally confident about this. "Princess Royal Highness, I dare to guarantee with my life that Huarong Dao can definitely be solved, and there is more than one way to solve it. The key is to see the personal deduction ability. The fewer the steps, the better." Alice knew that Chinray was afraid of death. Now that he was so sure, she didn't doubt him anymore. At this time, a charming voice sounded outside the door. "Master Aldous, I'm the little princess maid Kia. Is Princess Alice here?" Aldous was immersed in Huarong Dao, so he didn't care about it. Alice spoke by herself. "Kia, I'm here. Come in." If Alice gave people the feeling of super cute, then this Kia was seductive, lustrous white skin, sexy face and red lips, amazing breasts, round and slender thighs. Every part of her body was full of strong temptation. Her clothes weren't actually revealing, but the tight dress made her amazing figure more curvaceous. There was no need to be pretentious. Even if she just stood there, she could arouse the uncontrollable desire of men. Alice claimed to be from the Lucifer royal family. Her appearance was no different from ordinary humans, but Kia was different. She was a standard witch with a pair of curved horns on her head, a pair of small black wings on her back, and a thin tail behind her plump butt. However, these didn't weaken her charm at all. Instead, it added an alternative mysterious charm. Witch. Definitely a witch. Little princess. Kia saluted. Princess Royal is waiting for you in the study room. Please go with Kia. When Kia bent down, the ravine between her breasts was even more eye-catching. Shinrui saw it clearly. He felt that the secretion of male hormones suddenly increased by 10 times. He swallowed hard and didn't dare to look anymore. Sister is calling me at this time? Do you know that I secretly followed Athena to the Black Rainforest? The little witch showed a guilty look. She happened to see Chinrui's look and giggled. Kia, your seduction has become more powerful. This human can't control himself just by looking at you. Kia looked at Chinrui disdainfully. Kia's physique is also considered special among the succubi. This guy's strength is pitifully weak. Even if it's a kiss, it will absorb all his essence. Succubus? It seems to be a kind of female witch who can suck men dry. Shenrui found the description of this kind of witch in Arthur's memory. His high desire seemed to be poured by ice water, leaving only cold shivers. Beauty was precious, but life was more valuable. Alice smiled and left the lab with Kia with a small basket. She didn't forget to take the Huarong Dao with her before leaving. Chapter 5. For the next 3 days, Chinrui finally lived a peaceful life. The dark dungeon had been cleaned very neatly, and covered with hay. 3 meals a day were also guaranteed. All of this was naturally done by Slee under Aldous' instruction. Chinrui, Master Aldous is calling you. The original delicacy in his mouth had now become a master that he had to serve. That meal was in vain, so the imp's mentality was naturally very unbalanced. Looking at the back of Chinrui, who left arrogantly, the imp stomped his feet fiercely and gritted his teeth. Damn guy, one day, the great Sir Slee will eat your flesh and drink your blood. However, now the great Sir Slee could only continue to clean the dungeon obediently, the place where that damn guy lived. Chinrui, come here! Aldous saw Chinrui coming and he was refreshed. Although this human's name was Arthur during the interrogation, and now it had changed to Chinrui, the Dark Elf Master didn't care about such a boring little thing. Now that Aldous had been completely convinced by Huarong Dao, he no longer questioned the authenticity of Master Wukong. His original thought of getting rid of the donkey after it was no longer useful was also forgotten. It was just an insignificant little deduction tool, yet it had such a magical charm. If they could slowly unearth those divine medicines and artifacts that could rival the gods. Every time they thought of this, the Dark Elves couldn't help but be excited. Look at the new chess I made. Shinrui took a look. It turned out that the temporary Huarong Dao chess had been remade by the Dark Elf and turned into a beautiful handicraft. Every chess piece was engraved with an exquisite relief portrait. However, Cao Cao's appearance was exceptionally handsome, while Guan Yu, who was riding a horse, had 2 curved goat's horns, giving him the appearance of a demon with a sickle. The others, such as Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, also changed their expressions. It was clearly the demon world's version of Huarong Dao. Through these days of communication with Aldous and Slee, Chenrui learned more about the demon realm. The Dark Moon City where he was located was an estate of the fallen Angel Empire. The feudal lord was Alice's sister, Princess Jia Lucifer. Demons commonly seen in the demon realm were sickle demons, succubi, centaur, lich, imp, etc. These demons had their own unique characteristics. Side demons were also known as great demons. They were the highest level demons apart from the royal family. They were naturally powerful warriors and were good at using various weapons. They could freely choose to train in either spirit or strength, or even both. Some great lords of the abyss possessed even greater power after their bloodlines mutated. Ordinary great demons could reach the upper limit of a high demon, but mutants could break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. Centaurs were strong, brave, and fearless. They were the best vanguard to charge and break through the enemy lines. Some could even become blacksmiths who were proficient in forging. The normal upper limit was intermediate demon. Lich's body was weak, but their magic power was strong. Some talented people had the ability to command demonic beasts. The normal upper limit was intermediate demon. Succubi were pure female demons that focused on the spirit. They had the talent of seducing and seducing souls. The chances of them giving birth to a female child were extremely high. As long as it was a girl, it would definitely be a succubus. The normal upper limit was intermediate demon. As for imps like Cersei, they were the lowest level demons. They were mostly used as cannon fodder on the battlefield. The higher imps had the ability to confuse people with illusions. Very few mutants could even advance to side demons. Dark elves and dark goblins were vassal races, but they were also indispensable in the demon's family. Dark elves were good at hiding, assassination, and using poison. However, Aldous, who specialized in pharmaceutics and became a master, was a very special case. There were also a few dark elves who had superb magic talent, and could become necromancer, who was stronger than Lich. Although dark goblins were short, ugly, and had no combat power, their creativity was amazing. They were best at handicrafts and inventions. There were also individual outstanding ones who became mechanical masters of alchemy. Due to the special power of the demon realm's two moons, there was no such thing as a hybrid between the races in the demon realm. Even if two different races combined, the offspring would only be randomly born from the father or mother. In addition, there were many powerful creatures in the demon realm, such as elementals, evil eyes, fallen dragons expelled by the ground, and many demonic beasts. Everywhere was full of danger. Compared with humans, demons' starting power was much stronger, but the room for improvement was very small. Regardless of the talent of humans, the starting point after birth was almost the same. Demons were different. The difference in the lower rank throughout their life was more obvious. However, after adulthood, they could only reach a certain upper limit at most. It was very difficult to upgrade. In other words, demons' starting point was higher than humans, and their lifespan was also longer than humans, but their plasticity was much lower than humans. The higher the level of the demon, the more room for improvement. Jia and Alice belonged to the royal family of demons. Generally speaking, the royal family was the same as the top human powerhouses. They had unlimited potential. They had a natural pressure on ordinary demons in battle. The most powerful was the special talent in their bloodline, which could unleash terrifying power. Perhaps out of awe to the royal family, Aldous and Slee didn't reveal too much to the two princesses or the fallen angel empire. The image of these characters isn't very good. The powerhouses during the primeval times weren't like this. Beautification and processing should also be faithful to history. Shinrui unceremoniously criticized the character design of the Demon Realm version of Huarong Dao, but he didn't expect that he had already changed the history and the original work into a mess. Just the Grand Master Goku alone was enough to make Wu Qingzhen cry in the underworld. Aldous accepted the criticism and smiled embarrassedly. I was just itching for a moment. I will do it according to what you said next time. This time I passed it with 209 steps, which is much better than the last time. Shinrui shook his head gently and sighed. It's not enough. Grand Master Goku only used 81 steps back then, and according to his speculation, it could be less. Aldous knew that every missing step had to be carefully calculated. When he solved Huarong Dao for the first time, he was ecstatic. He didn't even remember how many steps he used. The second time, it seemed like he used more than 300 steps. When he saw Shinrui solved it with just 100 steps, he had to be convinced. As for Grand Master Goku's record, he could only look up to it. In fact, Horse Crossing Sword is just one of Huarong Dao's tricks. There are several others, but Huarong Dao is a little thing that the Grand Master used to deduce for fun. Don't be too engrossed in it. Aldous was now obsessed with Huarong Dao. Shinrui said this deliberately. He was obviously playing hard to get. Sure enough, the Dark Elf shook his head again and again. The Grand Master is indeed a Grand Master. It's just a little thing in his eyes, but it has great research value for us. But your pharmaceutics can't be abandoned. Shinrui's words changed and revealed his true purpose carelessly. Well, I will continue to help you test medicine. The more poisonous the medicine, the better. If you can break the Grand Master Goku's spiritual blessing, maybe your pharmaceutics can go to the next level. This is testing medicine? It's clearly to speed up the progress of starting the super system. Shinrui's heart was clear. Huarong Dao can only solve a temporary crisis, but it's not a long-term solution. Only by truly mastering powerful strength can I escape from the demon realm and save my life. That mysterious super system may be the only hope. The dark elf looked surprised. Aren't you afraid that once the blessing is broken, your life will be in danger? In order to better understand the medicinal properties, Grand Master Goku once personally tasted various herbs. He was almost poisoned to death several times, but he still didn't give up. The reason why he can create a magical medicine like the Peach of Immortality is not only because of his excellent talent, but more importantly, his unremitting diligence and persistence. Shinrui added Shinong's halo to Monkey King this time. Personally testing medicine? Aldous' face was full of admiration. He sighed. No wonder he can become a Grand Master who can compete with the gods. It seems that in addition to knowledge, I still have a lot to learn from the Grand Master. Shinrui saw the fanatical light on Aldous' face. He was afraid that this guy would really learn from Shinong to taste the medicine, so he quickly said, "In the past few days, I slowly felt some information from the Grand Master's remnant soul. I was deeply touched. I have made up my mind to inherit the Grand Master's will. Unfortunately, I didn't have any pharmaceutics foundation before, so I can't understand those esoteric knowledge. Master, are you willing to help me? Even though I'm a human. I'm willing. From today onwards, I will teach you the basic knowledge of pharmaceutics." As a dark elf, Aldous was definitely not an honest person with no conscience, but he was also a genuine potion master. This time, he was really touched. He almost wanted to become sworn brothers with Shinrui. "Thank you, Master. No matter how difficult it is, I will stick to it." Shinrui saw Aldous' excited expression. He knew that during this time, he basically didn't have to worry about his life. Besides, it was good to take the opportunity to learn some pharmaceutics knowledge. Anyway, it was never a burden to have more skills. Aldous found a book called Basic Herbs. When he was planning to start the education, the little Princess Alice came. Besides Kia, there was another strange short-haired girl. This girl was beautiful with purple hair, red eyes, light wheat-colored skin, extremely well-proportioned body, and a hint of heroic spirit between her eyebrows. The orange leather armor on her body was a little revealing, and she was carrying a sheathed great sword. Her whole body exuded a kind of wild charm. Although the short-haired girl was also a beauty, Shinrui had experienced the psychological shadow of the black-bellied loli and the succubus. Now, when he saw a female from the demon realm, he would subconsciously be afraid, especially when it was brought by Alice. "Athena, this is that human. He is quite interesting." Alice held Athena's arm intimately. If it weren't for Athena's impressive curvaceous figure and delicate face, one would think that they were a couple. "Master Aldous, hello?" Athena wasn't as casual as Alice, and she politely bowed to Aldous. However, this courtesy was only for the dark elves. When she looked at Shinrui, her eyes were unscrupulously sizing him up. Shinrui had a feeling of being in a zoo cage for tourists to visit. He turned his eyes to Aldous for help. Who knew that the dark elves shamelessly pretended not to see it? They secretly hid the demon realm version of Huarong Dao in their sleeves. Athena is easy to deal with, but Princess Alice is a famous little devil in the New Moon City. I can't let her take away the new carefully made chess piece. Although Aldous' action was small, it couldn't hide from the little loli's poisonous eyes. Alice's big eyes blinked at Aldous' sleeve, and her little head moved slowly. This deliberate action was very obvious. Even Athena's eyes shifted over. "Master, what are you hiding in your sleeve? Can you show me?" "Nothing, I just made a Huarong Dao temporarily." Aldous noticed that the situation was not good, and he quickly changed the topic. "By the way, Shinrui, where is the gift you promised Princess Alice the day before yesterday?" Alice's attention was indeed diverted. Her big eyes flashed with hope as she looked at Chinray. Human brother, I'm waiting for your gift. This sweet brother made Chinray shudder. He immediately thought of the encounter 3 days ago. He almost jumped up and shouted, "The same trick is ineffective on a transmigrator. Your acting is too flashy. Too fake." Although he was criticizing in his mind, under the strong aura of the little lowly pretending to be cute, Chinray quickly took out something. Chapter 6. It turned out that the little lowly was meticulous. After thinking about it, humans said that they could make 1 or 2 small things, and Huarong Dao was only one kind. The day before yesterday, she sent Kia to the lab to ask Chinray to make another, interesting, gift. Chinray was living under another person's roof, so he had to lower his head. He pulled Aldous to make another thing together. Today, Alice came to see such a gift, and she also brought her best friend, Athena. Wood again. What will it become this time? Alice looked curiously at the wooden blocks of different shapes. Little princess, look at me. Chinray put the wooden blocks on the table and skillfully assembled them. Soon, the wooden blocks were combined into a beautiful three-dimensional heart shape. What was even more amazing was that the appearance was seamless, as if it was a natural whole. Alice exclaimed and carefully took it. It was obviously a pile of wooden blocks, but it actually became such a compact and solid thing after being assembled. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she would think that it was Chinray who glued it on. Athena came forward and looked at this thing in surprise. Kia's charming eyes were also full of curiosity. This is called burr puzzle. It is made of dark glowwood. It is as hard as metal and very strong. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Chinray's eyes. This burr puzzle was also called Love Lock. Its structure was actually very complicated, but he was familiar with it, because this was the first gift he received on Valentine's Day. However, just like many loves in college, despite a lot of effort, the ending with that pretty girl still ended up in vain. When Aldous saw the assembled burr puzzle for the first time, he was amazed. Then, he lamented that he was proficient in pharmaceutics. If it was a mechanic master, this seamless assembly technique would definitely induce a greater revelation. Alice loved this kind of delicate gadget the most. She played with it and asked, "Can this burr puzzle be disassembled again?" "Of course, its fun lies in disassembly. I believe with the little princess's wisdom, there will be no problem." Actually, Chinray didn't mention that this burr puzzle was a complicated type. Without any hints, it would be very difficult to unlock. I'll just let this black-bellied little lowly do as she pleases. I'll be able to settle down and focus on the activation progress. Alice fiddled with it carefully, as if she was afraid of breaking it. However, the burr puzzle was very tight, and she couldn't find the key part to remove it after a long time. Athena was eager to give it a try. She said, "Little princess, let me try." Alice pretended not to hear it, and was still trying. After Athena shouted a few times and there was no response, her strategy changed. "The jade dragon fruit at the Blue Lake seems to have matured. I was just about to bring you there." Just as he finished speaking, a fair and tender little hand holding the burr puzzle was already in front of him. Chinray only felt dizzy, and the fair little hand was empty. The burr puzzle was somehow in Athena's hand. Athena turned it around and said triumphantly, "Although I really want to take you there, Her Highness Jia knew that you followed me to the Black Rainforest last time. Her Highness Jia specifically ordered me not to take you out of the city again. So, hee." The fair little hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and it loosened after a while. Alice's face showed an innocent smile, and 2 cute dimples appeared. It was just like the angelic smile when Chinray first met her. Chinray knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Fortunately, the target this time was Athena. Athena Wales, the daughter of the Empire's first general, George Wales, the strongest swordswoman in New Moon City. "Do you have the ability to unlock this burr puzzle?" The little lowly stopped smiling and showed a solemn look. She had a bit of a princess's prestige. As soon as Athena heard her father's name, Her blood surged and she replied, "Of course." "Then bet on the honor of the Wales family. Please be sure to unlock this puzzle within an hour." The little loli's next words revealed the real purpose. "If you can't do it, then you must bring your best friend, Alice, Lucifer, to the Blue Lake together. No matter how difficult the journey is, you will protect her. Can you do it?" Athena was stunned, and she immediately shook her head. "That can't be done." Her Highness Jia said, "Aren't the people of the Wales family true to their words?" Alice looked disappointed and shook her head. "Forget it. Isn't it just a small puzzle?" As it was related to the family's honor, Athena's heroic spirit rose. She recalled that the human assembled it quickly, and it didn't seem too difficult. She said loudly, "Okay, Athena. Wales accepts this challenge. This small wooden thing doesn't even need an hour." Alice pursed her lips and smiled. Her sly eyes were like a little fox. Even Kia couldn't help but sigh. It was just like the last time we bet to go to the Black Rainforest. Poor Athena, she had to repeat the same mistake again. The time in the hourglass passed by minute. Chinrui sat at the table and read the basic herbs given by Aldous. Alice was playing with the Demon Realm's version of Huarong Dao. Aldous' new chess set still couldn't escape from her clutches. Kia looked at the side and gave a small idea from time to time. The poor Master Aldous could only draw circles in the corner. The puzzle was still intact. The impatient Athena was already sweating profusely as if this small wooden thing was heavier than the great sword on her back. Seeing that she was close to going berserk, Alice suddenly shouted, "Time is almost up." This sentence completely ignited the fuse of the female swordsman's outburst. Athena's eyes instantly became like flames. Her skin began to turn red. Two curved horns faintly appeared on her head. Her whole body exuded a powerful vibe. She gritted her teeth and said, "How can the honor of the Wales family be shamed by such a broken thing?" Gotcha! The tight puzzle began to crack. Then, the dark glow wood that was as hard as metal was shattered by the huge force. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the puzzle that turned into a pile of broken wood. Aldous pointed at Athena tremblingly. He was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. He had already blacklisted her in the lab in his heart. This is blasphemy against the priceless wisdom of a Grand Master. Chinrui only felt a chill rising from his back. Mars is too dangerous. Let's go back to Earth as soon as possible. After Athena cracked the puzzle violently, she regained her consciousness and returned to her original state. Only then did she know what she did impulsively just now. Alice's eyes were already glistening with tears, and her voice was choked. "Athena, this gift is my favorite. Alice, I'm sorry Athena explained helplessly, but no matter how she explained, the puzzle that turned into a broken corpse couldn't be resurrected. Alice didn't cry out. She lowered her head aggrievedly. Her thin body trembled slightly as if she was trying to endure it. Athena knew that she was reckless and said guiltily, "Don't be sad, little princess. Let's go to the Blue Lake." Alice raised her head. Her eyes were red and she shook her head. "No, you have already been blamed by my sister for the incident in the Black Rainforest last time. I don't want to implicate you. You obviously want to make me a scapegoat, but you're still playing hard to get." Chinrui saw it, and he had a new evaluation of the little loli's black-bellied degree. "Little princess, don't worry. You're Athena's best friend. A mere punishment is nothing." Athena patted her chest. She didn't care about the magnificent ups and downs and said righteously, "Not to mention the Blue Lake, even if we go to the mountain Chilong cave, I will protect you. This is what you said. Other than the Blue Lake this time, you must take me with you next time you go to Mountain Chilong." Alice finally smiled through her tears. Athena faintly felt that something was wrong, but she didn't fully understand it at the moment. She squatted down and carefully picked up the broken dark glowwood. Alice was eager to go to the Blue Lake and urged, "What are you doing? Athena, let's go to the Blue Lake now." "Wait a minute. I'll see if I can ask someone to restore these fragments." "This is simple," Alice said indifferently. The burr puzzle was originally made by Chenrui. Just let him make a few more. Athena's fingers suddenly froze in midair and the fragments scattered all over the ground. Alice saw that she finally reacted and quickly added, "Dear Sister Athena, the whale's family will keep their words." Athena stood up dejectedly. As Chenrui just gave this female swordsman a big chest and no brain evaluation, he heard Alice said to him, "Chenrui, your highness specially allows you to go together." Chenrui quickly shook his head. Going out to play with beauties was originally an erotic and pleasant experience. He couldn't ask for more. However, among these three, one was a black-bellied woman, one was a sperm sucker, and one was a violent woman. He was afraid that it would be difficult to come back alive. "Are you going to let down my kindness?" Alice snorted with dissatisfaction. "Chenrui, you haven't been out of the demon realm yet. Since the little princess has such kindness, you can go together." Alda suddenly said, "Remember to continue reading the book, Basic Herbs, when you come back. I will teach you the most basic method of identifying herbs tomorrow." Aldous' words made Alice and the other two girls surprised. This clearly meant that Chenrui had become his apprentice and not the original experiment subject. Aldous was one of the few potion masters in the entire demon realm. Even the ruler of the New Moon Kingdom, Princess Royal Jiao, treated him with courtesy. Now he actually accepted such a human captive as an apprentice. And he is the only official apprentice. Although an apprentice of a potion master was nothing for Alice and Athena, for Chenrui, it was tantamount to a life-saving talisman. It could allow him to have a normal identity to live in the demon realm. Otherwise, with his original human identity, he would probably be killed when he walked out of the lab. "Alright, this guy is really nice. I didn't fool him for nothing." Chenrui glanced at Aldous gratefully and agreed to it. This time, Alice didn't take Chenrui around in circles like last time. Instead, she ran all the way out. Chenrui then knew that this manor was actually the outer courtyard of the New Moon City Palace. The inner courtyard was the residence of the two princesses, and it was heavily guarded. He was lucky to meet Alice last time. If he was bumped into by the guards of the inner courtyard, he would probably be dead. Chenrui was also a bit curious about the demon realm that was rumored to be full of man-eating demons. What does the real demon realm look like? Chapter 7. Desolate. This was Chenrui's first impression of New Crescent City. He didn't know if all the cities in the demon realm were like this. Most of the buildings in New Crescent City, including the palace, looked old. There were fewer shops and stalls for trading. The demons he saw along the way were quite ugly, but most of them were wearing shabby clothes. The whole city was full of a desolate atmosphere. The appearance of the demons made Chenrui scared. If his human identity was exposed, even if he wasn't eaten, his life would be in danger. "Hey! That guy, straighten your back, don't clamp your feet too tightly, relax your shoulders." Alina's voice interrupted Chenrui's thoughts. "You're a man. Any child from our whale's family is much stronger than you." In fact, Chenrui really wanted to say that he was still a virgin, so he wasn't a man in the real sense. However, his posture was a bit weird at the moment. He was lying on the back of the tri-horned rhino like a toad. His hands were hugging the wide shell tightly, for fear that he would accidentally fall and be trampled by this behemoth. "Sorry, it's my first time riding such a big guy." Chenrui was wondering why there were no stirrups or saddles in this world. It was a good opportunity to plagiarize his invention. He didn't expect that Alice and the others' tri-horned rhinos were all equipped with a full set of saddle equipment. It turned out that the treatment was just different. "You don't have to clamp so tightly for the first time. Loosen your legs," Alina reprimanded loudly. The little loli didn't really understand, so she kindly advised. "Alina, don't be so anxious. It's your first time, of course I'll clamp it tight." This sentence almost made Chenrui fall off the tri-horned rhino. Many demons along the way noticed his strangeness and pointed at him. Fortunately, Chenrui was wearing a cloak, so his human identity wasn't exposed for the time being. Only a few demons who were particularly sensitive to smells showed doubts. With the little princess and Athena around, no one dared to approach. When they reached the city gate, the 4 tri-horned rhinos were stopped. "Your Highness Alice, where are you going?" The one who stopped the tri-horned rhino was a male demon in armor. He was tall and strong, with red skin and 2 huge curved horns on his head. His facial features were deep, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura. From his appearance, he looked like a big demon. It turned out to be Sheriff General Allen. He actually patrolled personally today. Alice smiled slightly. "We are going to the Blue Lake." General Allen frowned and said, "Recently, there has been a small situation at the Blue Lake. I'm worried that there is something wrong with the sleeping poison dragon. I have already sent scouts to investigate. Your Highness Alice should wait until it is safe before going there to play. That poison dragon has been sleeping for thousands of years, and it still has the Lord of Midnight's son's strongest lock of light and dark, so there's no problem at all." Alice pointed at Chenrui. "Besides, I'm not going there to play this time. This is Master Aldous' new apprentice. The master asked me to take him to the Blue Lake to collect some herbs." Among the 2 branches of alchemy, if mechanics gave people the feeling of reverence, then potioneer was all. People were more afraid of those poisons and negative potions, but they ignored their healing and buff effects. The keywords of a potioneer master were usually mysterious, terrifying and vicious, and they couldn't be provoked. Aldous was such a representative figure. The screams of the testers often came from the laboratory. Even the palace guards didn't dare to approach. He really didn't understand why Princess Royal Highness was willing to place such a dangerous person in the outer courtyard of the palace. Such a mysterious and terrifying potioneer master actually accepted an apprentice. Alan was very curious about who this apprentice was. After taking a few more glances, his eyes suddenly became sharp. At that moment, Alice just let Chenrui take off his cloak. "This is the human who was caught by us last time!" a soldier behind Alan exclaimed. For a moment, all kinds of hostile eyes were focused on him. Chenrui forced himself to maintain a natural expression. Cold sweat had already flowed down from his forehead. Alan discovered Chenrui's identity earlier than the soldiers. He remembered that when he reported to Princess Royal, Master Aldous happened to be present. He personally offered to take this human away as an experiment subject. Now such a captive, or a slave, actually changed and became the master's apprentice? Alice introduced to Alan as if nothing happened. "This human is named Chenrui. Because he is very talented in pharmaceutics, he has now been accepted as an official apprentice by Master Aldous. He will be considered as a part of our new Moon City in the future." Athena added impatiently, "This is what Princess Alice and I heard from the Master today. If you still have doubts, you can ask Master Aldous directly." "Athena, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. General Allen's attitude towards Athena was a bit strange. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Athena coldly. "Alan, your interrogation should be over, right? Don't delay our time to collect herbs." Athena's stiff attitude made Alan feel helpless. He said to Alice, "Little princess, just in case, I will send a team of soldiers to protect you." Alice smiled and asked, "Are you worried that Athena can't protect me?" Athena's delicate eyebrows raised and her red pupils flashed a sharp light. Alan quickly shook his head and looked at Chenrui coldly. "Human! Don't try to escape or play any tricks, or I will crush every bone of yours." After Alan finished, he slightly bowed to the little princess and signaled for her to go. 4 tri-horned rhinos left the city gate with heavy footsteps. In the Dark Moon City, the news that Master Aldous accepted a human apprentice spread quickly. "Actually, I think Alan is quite good. His family status is a good match for yours." Alice looked at Athena with a smile. "If he didn't bypass you and directly propose marriage to your dad, you might not be so disgusted with him." Athena said disdainfully, "I don't like him in the first place. This guy is timid and incompetent. He relied on the Karen family's power to become a sheriff. He only knows how to bully the weak. He doesn't have any real ability. The weak at the side finally understood. It turned out that there was such a gossip. No wonder the violent woman treated General Allen like an enemy. He must be the one who snitched to Princess Royal when we went to the Black Rainforest last time. I hate this kind of person the most. Athena sneered. He still wants to hit on me? Ask the sword in my hand first. That's right. Athena is mine. No one can take her away. The little lowly laughed. Let's speed up. The tri-horned rhino began to accelerate. It was hard to believe that such a rapid speed was driven by such a huge body. For Chenrui, who had no auxiliary tools on the rhino's back, it was undoubtedly a torture. He could only use the toad's skill to lie on the rhino's back, and he almost fell off several times. Athena thought it was troublesome, so she exchanged mounts with him. Looking at the violent woman who was running at high speed on the back of the giant rhino, Chenrui could only write the word convinced in his heart. Compared with the sunny world in Arthur's memory, the environment of the demon realm was much worse. The light source came from the two stars in the sky. Although it was a star, its light and heat intensity was far inferior to the sun on the earth. Most of the time, the light was covered by the heavy clouds in the sky. At night they became the moon, again emitting a lavender icy brilliance. The temperature difference between day and night was huge. Along the way, huge pits formed by long-term corrosion could be seen everywhere. Dark, mysterious, unknown caves and all kinds of strange plants formed a dark and beautiful landscape. The Blue Lake area was huge and surrounded by mountains. The environment was particularly quiet, the water was blue, and the lakeside was lush with flowers. It was like a paradise in the dark world. However, Chenrui soon learned from Alice that the reason why the lake water was blue was that there was a huge adult poison dragon sleeping at the bottom of the lake. The venom on its body dyed the lake water blue, and there was no living creature in the lake. Most of the lush flowers and plants by the lake were poisonous. Some delicate flowers were even carnivorous species. The beautiful appearance came from the flesh and blood of the prey. The power of the dragon was quite terrifying, especially the rare dragons that were poisonous. They could easily wipe out the entire population of a city, so no one dared to provoke them easily. This poison dragon had been sleeping in the lake for thousands of years. Just 400 years ago, there was a rebellion in the Dark Moon Estate. The strongest powerhouse of the demon realm, the Lord of Midnight Sun, led the army personally. When he passed by the Blue Lake, he didn't dare to wake up the poison dragon. In order to let it continue to sleep, he deliberately set up a seal of lock of light and dark. There is a law in the demon realm. The more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. Chenrui deeply agreed with Alice's words, and he secretly added another sentence in his heart. The witch is the same. The super-cute little princess, the charming maid, the valiant swordswoman, which one of them isn't dangerous? After all, the poison dragon sleeping in the lake wasn't a decoration. Athena didn't dare to get too close with the little princess. She carefully chose a safer hill that could look down at the wide lake. The view was very good. I haven't been to the Blue Lake for a long time. Athena, do you remember the last time? Alice suggested excitedly. It's rare for us to come out. Why don't we have another picnic? Athena hesitated a little. Didn't Aaron say that the Blue Lake has been abnormal recently? Let's pick the fruit and go back quickly. Do you really believe the words of that coward Aaron? Alice shook her head disapprovingly. If you invite him to come together, he will immediately say that the poison dragon has been eliminated. The Blue Lake is safer than their bathroom. I won't invite that annoying guy. Athena snorted coldly. She agreed with Alice in her heart. Well, Kia will go pick the jade dragon fruit, and I will get some prey. Hey, human, you and Alice can set it up here. In fact, Chenrui wanted to try to use those poisonous flowers to improve the progress of the super system, but considering the terrifying man-eating flower and the big boss in the lake, he immediately extinguished this idea. After Kia and Athena left, Alice directed Chenrui to get busy. The bracelet on her wrist was a space equipment that could store items, but the quality level shouldn't be very high. The space inside wasn't big, and the little loli stuffed it full. As a result, when the space entrance was opened, a bunch of things fell out, followed by another bunch. Shinrei had to help her clean up. As a result, he accidentally picked up a bunch of underwear. Some of them were actually lace in a large size. Shinrei was stunned. His first reaction was that this world already had this thing. His second reaction was that this size didn't match the little loli's undeveloped part at all. Could Alice be some kind of legendary fetish? Under Alice's murderous gaze, Shinrei pretended not to see the pile of things. He turned around to clean up other items. When he turned around, the pile of things had disappeared. The things in Alice's storage space were quite complete. Soon, a full set of picnic utensils was cleaned up. It seemed that this little loli was always preparing for the trip. At this time, Athena and Kia hadn't returned yet. Alice looked around and saw that no one was around. She walked toward Shinrei step by step. Shinrei was nervous and asked, "Little princess, do you have any other orders? The plot is not like this." Alice showed a strange smile and said, "You should say, 'Don't come over.' If you come over again, I will call for help. Then I will say, 'You can shout until your throat breaks, but no one will come to save you.'" Shinrei only felt a black line hanging on his forehead. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Then I shouted, 'Break your throat, break your throat.' In the end, the guy named No One came to save me?" Alice showed a look of surprise. "It turns out that the human world also has the book, The Demon King and the Princess." Shinrei smiled inscrutably and didn't respond. It seemed that many things were common, regardless of dimension or race. But then he couldn't laugh because Alice said, "Tell me a good story, just like the primeval world last time. Your imagination is quite rich." Shinrei's heart skipped a beat as he listened, and he defended. "That's not a story, but a real thing. If I didn't inherit Master Wukong's divine thought, how could I make Huarong Dao and Burr puzzle? I'll tell you a secret that even Athena doesn't know." Alice lowered her voice mysteriously and said, "When I first met you, I just happened to awaken a special bloodline talent in the Lucifer royal family, called mind reading, and I accidentally tried it on you." Shinrei was shocked, and he couldn't speak for a while. "Accidentally your ass." Chapter 8. Hearing that Alice could read minds, Shinrei couldn't help but be shocked. So, she knows everything? Including the super system and time travel? "Don't worry." Alice proudly looked at his shocked expression. "My mind reading is too weak at the moment. I can only see if you are lying, but I can't read your specific thoughts. For example, I can't read your crush on Kia." Hearing that he couldn't read his specific thoughts, Shinrei immediately breathed a sigh of relief and began to doubt whether Alice could really read minds. As for the later part about him having a crush, there was no need to explain at all. Kia was indeed a seductress. Let alone the fact that she didn't like him. Even if she liked him, he couldn't seduce her for the sake of his life. The highest level of dried meat should be left to others. "Okay. Mind reading consumes too much spirit. I need to rest for a few days after using it. I'm too lazy to use it on you." Alice stretched out. "I'm so tired. It would be nice if someone could tell me a story." The most idle person is actually saying that he's tired. Shinrei despised Alice's diligence in his heart. No matter what, I'd rather believe in the mind reading than not. This little loli is a little witch. It's better to coax her first. Therefore, Shinrei told the little loli the funny enhanced version of The Demon King and the Princess. This boring little story suited the little loli's taste very well. Her two big eyes were shining as she listened. Finally, when she heard that the Demon King committed suicide, she showed dissatisfaction. She strongly requested to change the protagonists of the story to an evil human hero and a kind witch. Shinrei scratched his head. He was now Aldous' apprentice, which was equivalent to joining the demon realm. He should be regarded as a traitor of humanity. It was all because of this sad soul travel. If he was in the human world now, he might be doing well. At least, he could be a rich second generation with the identity of Arthur. However, this was the demon realm. He could only try to save his life first. Maybe there was a chance to escape back to the human world. At that time, he might even be able to say to the little lowly, "Sorry, I'm a spy." Just then, Kia came back with a basket full of fruits. The jade dragon fruit was a bit like sun-dried walnuts, but it was much bigger, thinner, and fragrant. Chenrei tasted it. The taste was a bit like pistachio, but also a bit like longevity fruit. It was addictive. No wonder the little lowly insisted on coming to the Blue Lake. Not long after, Athena also returned to the top of the mountain with a few fish and 2 goat-like prey that had been skinned and cleaned. The fish was caught in the stream in the mountains. The water in the Blue Lake was too poisonous, and there were no living creatures. That's strange. I haven't been here for 2 months. Why is there so much less prey around here? Athena was puzzled. I only got these today. I don't know if it's enough. 6 fish and 2 sheep weren't enough for him. Chenrei was taken aback. There are only 4 people, 3 women and 1 man. Are you all gluttons? Athena and Kia were very agile. They cut the food into pieces very quickly, then they pierced it with an iron rod, skinned and cleaned it. They also made a fire. It was warm and comfortable. When they were barbecuing food, Chenrei finally showed his skills. Although he was an otaku, he had a strong ability to take care of himself because he lost his parents early. He even had the nickname of Little God of Cookery in college. The seasonings that the little lowly brought were very complete. Chenrei had a certain understanding of those strange ingredients when he was organizing previously. After trying a little, he was even more proficient. After tasting the grilled fish made by Chenrei, all the barbecue tasks fell on him. Even Kia was a little impressed by him. The little lowly shamelessly said that she brought Chenrei out because of her unique insight. Only Athena didn't say a word. She destroyed the food at a rapid speed. Chenrei then knew why Athena said that the food might be less. Judging from her exaggerated table manners, she might not even have enough food for herself. While Alice was talking, Athena had already swept away the food on the plate like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Alice was a step slower. She saw the few skewers of fish that Chenrei had just barbecued. She was about to rush up and grab it. When she saw his strange eyes, she finally felt a little embarrassed and said, "You eat first. Give it to me later." It was rare for the little witch to have a conscience. Chenrei shook his head with a smile and handed it to her. Alice smiled sweetly and continued to eat. This atmosphere reminded Chenrei of the barbecue outing with a few close friends in college. Unfortunately, life was like a phone call. Either you hang up first, or I hang up first. His life on Earth had already ended. He would never be able to see his close friends or the person he used to know. Alice took a few bites of the grilled fish. Seeing that he was distracted, she threw a jade dragon fruit over and hit his head. She laughed and said, "Chenrei, I didn't expect your grilled fish to be so delicious. I can consider letting you be my boy toy." Chenrei just picked up the jade dragon fruit and took a bite. When he heard this sentence, he almost swallowed the shell. Does this little girl understand the true meaning of the word boy toy? Athena's energy was all on the food. She was indifferent to this. Only Kia gave Chenrei a warning look. She didn't say anything. It seemed that she was used to the little girl's shocking words. After eating for a while, under Alice's coercion and temptation, Chenrei was forced to change from a chef to a storyteller. He began to tell stories. The story Chenrei chose was the well-known Snow White on Earth. However, as soon as he finished the story, the villain of the story, the Queen, was despised by Alice. Her comment was that she was too retarded. Especially that poisoned apple. She could even spit it out after eating it. If it was me, the guy named Snow White wouldn't even be able to escape from the palace at the beginning. Not only that, she would also poison the prince to death. She would also seize the country and unify the 2 countries. Her name would be immortalized. Athena was most dissatisfied with the protagonist, Snow White. The swordswoman's idea was that even if the queen had magic, Snow White could also choose to practice swordsmanship. Even if she was defeated and fled into the forest, she should kidnap and enslave the 7 dwarfs. At the critical moment when the queen was about to marry the prince, the heroine saved the man, fought hard and killed the queen. Finally, she took the prince to live in seclusion in the mountains, writing a generation of hot-blooded legend of swordsmanship and magic. Kia also expressed her opinion. Since the magic mirror said that Snow White is the most beautiful woman, then why doesn't she charm all the men in the kingdom to deal with the queen together? At least, she should tempt the prince to provoke a war between the 2 countries and bring disaster to the kingdom. Shenrui was sweating and summed up the 3 versions. One was the queen version, represented by Wu Zetian, with a similarity of 80%. One was the chivalrous woman version, represented by too many characters in martial arts novels. The similarity could not be calculated. The last was the enchantress version, represented by Daji and Bao Si, with a similarity of 90%. After Grand Master Wu Qinzhen, Grand Master Green burst into tears again. Just when Shenrui was sweating, the 3 women unanimously made a strong request to retell the story. It was already finished, how could it be retold? Shenrui was helpless under the urging. After thinking hard, he finally changed the ending and produced a dog-tailed sequel. At the critical moment, Snow White knew that the apple was poisonous. In order to numb the queen, she deliberately ate the apple. Later, she pretended to be crazy, secretly accumulated strength, and seduced the prince of the neighboring country with her beauty. Finally, she united the power of the forest and the prince, turned the tables and eliminated the queen. This simplified sequel of Hamlet was still difficult to please. It was pointed out that it was stupid in many places, but it barely passed. Shenrui wiped the sweat from his head and secretly vowed that if he could return to Earth, he must post more encouraging posts on Qidian. It was not easy to be an author. The 3 women leaned together and talked, especially Alice and Athena, who played with each other from time to time. Shenrui did not dare to interrupt. For safety's sake, he stayed far away from the 3 women and continued to bury himself in his job as a chef. As a fan of novels, he remembered at least 800 stories if not 1,000, but these 3 witches were too good at making trouble. If every story was like Snow White, just thinking about it would make him tired. When the meat was roasted, the 3 women seemed to be full and did not come over to fight. They gathered together, and their voices became lower and lower. Slowly, there was no movement. Even the most active Alice was the same. They seemed to fall asleep on the ground. The beauties were asleep. The wolf, no, the man, was still awake. Could he do something? Shenrui shook his head firmly. It must be that black-bellied princess who wanted to do something to seduce people. She knew that her figure was not good enough, so she pulled Athena and Kia to show off. If there was any rash action, even if it was to escape, he would fall into the trap. The best way was to wait. When the little lowly lost her patience, it would collapse on itself. Having said that, the little lowly's acting was not good. Her breathing was too long, and she was too ostentatious. It was a common problem in academics. Athena was not good either. Her style was too unconventional. She was actually holding the sword tightly. Poor Ellen was really sad. She was not as good as a person. Oh, it was a demon that was not as good as a sword. The most successful was the succubus maid. Her posture was too seductive. This time, the little golden man should be awarded to Kia. As Shenrui was commenting with a professional otaku's eyes, he gradually felt that something was wrong. He put down the barbecue and stood up. At that moment, the 4 tamed tri-horned giant rhinos began to become restless and made heavy snorting sounds. A prompt sounded in Shenrui's mind. The super system startup progress was automatically increasing. It was still slow at first, then it became faster and faster. 20%, 30%. It actually increased rapidly to more than 80%. Even the many poisons in Aldous' lab only reached less than 20%. Why is there such a terrifying poison here that can make the system progress so rapidly? Originally, the super system startup progress should be a happy thing. However, When Chenrui's gaze swept across the quiet blue lake at the foot of the mountain, he suddenly thought of something and broke into a cold sweat. A breeze blew, and a short-haired man suddenly appeared next to Chenrui. He was eating the barbecue in his hand. The man had black hair, brownish-yellow skin, and a strong figure. He was wearing a strange robe. His body seemed to be surrounded by a string of strange symbols, emitting a faint light. "You're here." This question made the man stunned, and he asked, "Do you know me?" Chenrui snorted at the blue lake and asked tentatively, "Poison Dragon? You should address me as the Great Poison Dragon or Master Poison Dragon." The man grinned, revealing his white teeth. Chapter 9. In fact, Chenrui's ideal line was, "You're here. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. But I'm still here. You'll die if you come. You'll die if you live." After a soul-stirring deep conversation, the two men who appreciated each other became confidants among enemies and enemies among confidants. Then, the confidant and the enemy confidant began to entangle again. Unfortunately, the poison dragon was a poison dragon and the ancient dragon was an ancient dragon. Chenrui's heart was beating wildly. He tried to get close to the poison dragon. "Master Poison Dragon has been awake for a while, right? No wonder Athena said that there are fewer preys nearby. Didn't they say that the poison dragon has been sleeping for thousands of years and was sealed by the top powerhouse of the demon realm with lock of light and dark? How can he wake up so soon? Moreover, I just happened to encounter such a good thing." The poison dragon ate up the barbecue in one breath. He raised the shiny iron rod in his hand and asked, "You're a human, right? It's strange that you're actually in the demon realm. This barbecue is much more delicious than those demons these few days. Do you have any more?" The poison dragon's casual tone revealed the fate of the scouts sent by General Allen. Chenrui only felt a chill down his spine. He tried to suppress his fear and replied, "No more. If Master Poison Dragon wants to eat, go and catch some prey. I can help you roast again. Isn't there ready-made ones? However, the tri-horned rhinoceros is very unpalatable." The man pointed at the tri-horned rhinoceros that were unconscious in an instant, then he glanced at the three witches. "Or these few are fine too. As for you, as long as you surrender to me, Sir Paglio, and focus on roasting meat for me, you can still keep your life." A weak voice came. "No!" The one who made the voice was actually Athena. This violent girl was indeed the top female swordsman of the Dark Moon City. When she felt the danger approaching, she actually resisted the poison of lethargy and woke up. Her appearance also changed. Her wheat-colored skin turned pale red. Two curved horns appeared on her head and her pupils were crimson. She was just like the demon form that destroyed the Burpuzzle. Her body was still burning with flames, but unfortunately it looked dim. She could only use the great sword to barely support her body. "Chenrui, hurry up and take Alice away. I'll block him." Athena clenched her teeth and shouted. The aura around her body started to burn, and the flames became even brighter. "Foolish woman who overestimates herself. Even if you burn your life force, you won't be able to resist Lord Paglio's power." The poison dragon scornfully snapped his fingers, and the demonic swordswoman's great sword began to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the rusty great sword became smaller and smaller. It could no longer support the weight of Athena, and it broke into pieces. Athena, whose power had been corroded by the poison, fell to the ground. Her demon form and the flames of life gradually disappeared, and she returned to her human form. If it weren't for the poison dragon's intention to keep her as food, she would probably become a pile of bones. "Do you see that? Human, you only have two choices. Obey or die." Paglio sneered. "Now Lord Paglio wants to eat the little girl first. You go and do it immediately." Chenrui finally made a decision in his heart. He shook his head firmly. "Impossible! If Alice really died here, Princess Royal Jia would definitely use all the power of the estate to avenge her. By then, the poison dragon would just leave, and he would be the one who would be cut into pieces. Besides, he couldn't bear to watch the three little Lolas being eaten by the ferocious poison dragon. Hiding in the corner and shivering is also death. If I risk it all, there might be a chance to survive in death. Anyway, since that damn time travel, I have risked it all. Athena looked at Chunrei in surprise. She didn't expect the human who was afraid of death in Alice's words actually had such courage in the face of the terrifying poison dragon. This alone is much better than Aaron. You weak human, how dare you refuse the kindness of Lord Paglio? The poison dragon's eyes emitted a fierce light. The iron drill in his hand suddenly decayed and withered, turning into green smoke and disappeared. I will eat you first, then your women. Wait. Chunrei couldn't bother to explain the innocence of Alice and others. At the moment of life and death, he became calm instead. Aren't you the poison dragon? Let's make a bet. If you can poison me, I will surrender to you. If you can't, let us go. Bet? Paglio squinted at Chunrei. Chunrei felt that the super system startup progress that had gradually stopped began to rise slowly. 82, 6%, 83. 1%. Humph. Your lives are in my hands. I won't make such a boring bet with you. This poison dragon was quite cunning. He spoke while applying poison. After confirming that it was ineffective, he denied Chunrei's proposal. I can crush an ant like you with one finger. Chunrei secretly scolded this guy for being insidious. He immediately changed the topic and pointed to Alice, who was lying behind Athena, and said, This little girl is the little princess of the fallen angel empire, Alice. Lucifer. If you dare to hurt her, you will face the wrath of the entire fallen angel empire. Lucifer family, fallen angel empire? Paglio sneered. So what? Don't underestimate the power of me, Lord Paglio. Even if Sakya, Lucifer is still alive, he can only tie with me. Sakya. Lucifer was the emperor of the fallen angel empire 2 generations ago. He was powerful and was known as the Wings of Demon God. Chunrei continued to test. Don't brag. Since you have awakened, why are you still staying in this damn place where you have slept for thousands of years and there is not enough food? The symbol-like chains on your body should be something like a seal, right? I heard that 400 years ago, the demon realm's strongest powerhouse, the Lord of Midnight Sun, once cast the seal of Lock of Light and Dark on you. The poison dragon frowned. Lock of Light and Dark? No wonder. Chunrei saw the poison dragon hesitating, and he boldly said, Let me guess, is Lord Poison Dragon's power sealed now? Or is your action sealed? Or both? If your power is not weakened, of course, no one dares to provoke you. Once the news that your power is sealed spreads, I believe many people are willing to come here to compete to be a dragon slayer warrior. Paglio's face changed, and he said angrily, Damn human, you dare to threaten Lord Paglio. I'm going to poison you into a pool of ashes. Chunrei noticed that Paglio was being tough on the outside, and he knew that he hit the opponent's weakness. He gradually calmed down. You should know that I'm not afraid of your poison at all. If the power in my body is awakened. Before Chunrei used the name of Master Wukong to scare him, Paglio suddenly showed an extremely shocked look and shouted, Wait! Human, what did you just say on me? Symbols? Chains? Yeah. Chunrei pointed to the symbols on Paglio's body that were glowing faintly. They can still move. The circles are like chains. Paglio's emotions became extremely excited. What kind of symbols are they? What do they mean? Chunrei shook his head and asked Athena. Athena, look, is this the special text of Lock of Light and Dark? I can't understand it. What symbols? I can't see it. Athena widened her eyes in confusion. In her eyes, Paglio didn't have what Chunrei said. He can't even see such an obvious thing? Chunrei felt very strange. He imitated a few of the symbols and drew on the ground with an iron drill. This is the symbol. Isn't it Lock of Light and Dark? When Paglio, who was still suspicious, saw what Chunrei drew, he no longer had any doubts. He exclaimed excitedly, Lock of Light and Dark is Boolsh *T. This is ancient runes. It really is this kind of thing. Ancient runes! It turns out that there is another kind of seal on the poison dragon, and it is the most powerful one. Pigglio clenched his fists tightly, and he suddenly became anxious again. He said to himself, "Only that woman knows ancient runes. If I knew, I shouldn't have." Chunrei noticed that Pigglio was emotionally unstable, so he quietly gestured to Athena. Athena understood and slowly approached Alice, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Humph! Pigglio discovered her intention, and an overwhelming deterrence came. Chunrei's legs went soft in the distance. He couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure, and he actually sat on the ground. Fortunately, the symbols rotated for a while, and the pressure quickly disappeared. "Since you discovered Sir Pigglio's secret, you still want to leave? You must die today!" Chunrei could see that the ancient runes suppressed Pigglio's power very strongly. He had a plan in his mind and said, "We came to the Blue Lake today. Princess Royal and General Allen both know that if you kill us, you won't have a good ending if things get out of hand. Why don't we make a deal? If you let us go, we can try to help you unlock the seal." Pigglio paused and asked, "What ability do you have to unlock the seal of ancient runes?" Since he knew nothing about ancient runes, Chunrei didn't dare to use Master Wukong to fool him. He thought about it and said, "Alice is the little princess of the fallen angel empire. We can find someone in the empire who is proficient in ancient runes and lock of light and dark to help you. By then, I'm afraid it will be the so-called Dragon Slayer warrior." Pigglio sneered. "Lock of light and dark is nothing. The ancient runes is the real seal, and it was almost lost 2,000 years ago. Besides, this seal is set by that person. Except for a certain self-righteous woman, I'm afraid there is no one in the entire demon realm who can unlock this seal." Chunrei wasn't a fool. He was sure that this poison dragon didn't want to eat people now, but it wanted to use him to unlock the seal. Otherwise, it would have already swung its claws at him. Chunrei became more and more certain. "Well, let's go find the self-righteous certain woman. That should be fine, right?" Pigglio looked up and down at Chunrei for a while. Chunrei was a little scared, and his tone finally relaxed. "Are you sure you will help me?" After getting an affirmative answer from Chunrei, Pigglio said solemnly, "In order to prevent you from deceiving me, we must establish a master-servant contract." The contract in this world was a wonderful spiritual rule. It required both parties to be voluntary. The party who violated the contract would be severely punished. The punishment of the master-servant contract was very harsh. If the servant betrayed, he would die immediately. Chunrei hesitated a little. He looked at Pigglio righteously and shook his head. "No need, helping people in distress is the nature of a man. I won't use kindness to restrain your pursuit of freedom, and I don't need you to repay me." Pigglio only understood the meaning of this sentence after listening to it. He couldn't help but have the urge to bite someone. He roared, "I'm the master! You are the servant! Damn guy, this is not kindness, it's a deal!" There was only a deal when there was mutual value. Chunrei smiled calmly. "Since it's a deal, both parties should show sincerity and talk about the conditions." Chapter 10. Pigglio snorted coldly. "The strong are respected. I will spare your lives. As the price, you will become my servant. There is nothing to talk about such a simple thing." Chunrei shook his head calmly. "Our fates are already connected. If you kill us, it is equivalent to forcing yourself into a desperate situation. So, between us, it is an equal relationship of transaction and cooperation. There can be no distinction of master and servant. We are bound together for good or bad." Pigglio said disapprovingly. "I only know that your little lives are in my hands. It is already a great kindness to give you a way out. If you dare to be verbose again, Sir Pigglio will eat you all now." Chunrei stared at Pigglio for a while, and his voice suddenly rose and fell. "What joy is there in life? What is there to fear about death? Since I accidentally fell into the demon realm, I have already gone all out. Although I am a weak human, I am also a real man. I will never give up my remaining dignity to survive. Athena's eyes suddenly lit up. The more the life and death situation, the more she could see a person's quality. The thin back of the human seemed to become tall. This is true courage. If it were Alan or Joseph of the Alvin family, they would have been scared to the point that their legs were soft. In Paglio's view, this human was clearly putting on a rogue attitude. I am unlucky to fall into the demon realm. I may die at any time. Anyway, I have a rotten life. I will spend it with you today. Chinrui had the experience of opening an online store. There were some people on the internet who gave the worst evaluation of the online store to achieve the purpose of extortion. They were called professional bad evaluators. The seller, especially the seller of the new store, was a vulnerable group in this situation. Chinrui had encountered several such guys. After dealing with them, he lost money and gained a lot of knowledge. He knew that Paglio was now afraid of both sides, and he wanted to use him to get out of trouble. Therefore, he deliberately put on a posture of being unafraid of getting wet to reverse his weak position. If he hadn't seen the situation clearly, even if Chinrui had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't have dared to risk his life. Sure enough, the poison dragon didn't attack. Instead, he frowned. Chinrui took the opportunity to add, I, Chinrui, swear by the dignity of the humans in this world that I really want to help the poison dragon Paglio remove the seal. If you disobey, your body will be crushed and your soul will dissipate. Hearing such a heavy oath, Paglio was surprised. He didn't know that the title in the first sentence was exaggerated. Chinrui wasn't a human of this world. To put it bluntly, he was just blackmailing people, no, blackmailing dragons. Paglio, I'm willing to help you remove the seal, but not only do I want to live, but I also hope to get your friendship and help. In order to show my sincerity, I can tell you the biggest secret of my immunity to poison. If the previous negotiation was like giving a sweet date after hitting a stick, then it was like giving medicine after the sweet date. The poison dragon stared at Chinrui for a moment, and he finally nodded. Human, your eloquence is far better than your strength. If you can really show your sincerity, Paglio can consider signing an equal contract with you. Seeing Chinrui suddenly jump from an absolute disadvantage to an equal position, Athena had an incredible feeling. This is facing a giant dragon. Both wisdom and courage are the only commendatory words she can think of to describe this human. Chinrui didn't know that he had unintentionally established a high image in Athena's heart. His favorability was enough to overlook General Allen at the city gate. Chinrui's sincerity was nothing more than repeating the story of the Grand Master and the primordial world. He adjusted some small details, and the structure was more mature than the temporary patchwork. The poison dragon was obviously more difficult to fool than Aldous. He kept silent, but Athena was fascinated by it. In order to further gain the trust of the poison dragon, Chinrui contributed a set of novel gadgets. He drew 3 vertical and 3 horizontal lines on the mud, a total of 33 squares. Except for the center, he pressed a hole in each grid, then he picked up some stones and put them in the holes as chess pieces. The poison dragon looked at this thing in surprise. He thought that he had never seen such a thing in thousands of years of experience. Chinrui used the Grand Master's alchemy deduction tool as a guise to explain the game of solitaire. The game was said to be invented by an aristocrat who was imprisoned in the Bastille before the French Revolution. It soon became popular everywhere. The gameplay was similar to checkers. It was played by one person. The pieces that were skipped would be removed from the chessboard. As the game continued, the fewer the steps, the better the remaining chess pieces. According to the number and position of the remaining chess pieces, it was divided into 6 levels. The highest was the Grand Master level that Chinrui defined. Solitaire, Huarong Dao and Rubik's Cube were known as the 3 incredible miracles in the intelligence game industry. Athena wasn't very interested in this kind of nerve-wracking game, but the rather scheming poison dragon was different. He immediately became interested. If it weren't for the equal contract, he couldn't wait to try it. I don't want the next words to be heard by a third person. Woman, Don't try to do stupid things like escaping. The poison dragon glanced at Athena. Shinrei winked at Athena, and Athena nodded. She came to Alice and Kia and sat down. The poison dragon cast a sound insulation method, then he asked sternly. I, the poison dragon Paglio. Sandro Achilles. Human, tell me your name. From Paglio solemnly saying the full name, his attitude had changed greatly. In fact, the poison dragon was also in a dilemma. These people weren't easy to kill, but he couldn't let them go either. If the human really has a mysterious and powerful inheritance, he might be able to lift the seal. My name is Shinrei. Shinrei finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he truly completed this difficult public relations task. Shinrei, you have successfully won the trust of Paglio, said the poison dragon. There are some things that I can only tell you after we complete the equal contract. I have thought it through. I want to sign a symbiotic contract with you. In other words, our lives are connected. If you abandon my friendship and trust one day, then your own life will be lost. The suggestion of symbiotic contract was beyond Shinrei's expectation. His mind turned quickly, then he shook his head and said, I don't have the ambition to be a dragon slayer, but since it is a symbiotic contract, if I have an accident or die of old age, will you die too? An important feature of the symbiotic contract is sharing life. Paglio explained. Dragons have extremely low fertility, but their lifespan is very long. Some can reach hundreds of thousands of years. I am now 14,000 years old, which is equivalent to the young adult of you humans. After you sign a symbiotic contract with me, you will share my life, so there is no problem of dying of old age for the time being. In addition to this, your physique can also get certain benefits in some aspects. Sharing life! Shinrei was shocked all of a sudden. In the history of China, there were countless emperors and nobles who racked their brains to prolong their lives and live forever, but none of them succeeded. Yet, he could actually get tens of thousands of years of precious life so easily. Even the royal family of the demon realm, if there was no accident, the general lifespan was only 1,000 or 2,000 years. Ordinary demons lived for hundreds of years. As for the humans in this world, their lifespan was even shorter. Unless they reached a certain level of powerhouse, otherwise, it was simply incomparable. If it is an accidental death, then there is no other way. Just like what you said at the beginning, we are bound together for good or bad. Paglio shook his head. No matter which one of us encounters an accidental death, the other party will not be able to avoid it. To tell you the truth, my power is damaged, so I can only sign a contract with one person. In order to keep the ancient runes a secret, I originally wanted to kill you and let the female side demon be my servant. However, your wisdom and potential made me change my mind. It can also be said that your trick succeeded. That was close. Shinrei wiped his sweat. It turned out that he was really close to death just now. This was the safest approach for the poison dragon. Their lives were already connected together. Benefits and risks coexisted, so Shinrei couldn't ignore the problem of the seal. Letting the poison dragon live better was also a guarantee for his longevity. I need to remind you that you are risking more than me. As a weak human, I will encounter quite a lot of dangers in the demon realm. Shinrei thought for a moment and said, If you have already understood this and still insist on signing a symbiotic contract, I agree. The poison dragon nodded and showed a meaningful smile. Then let's believe in the power of the god-level Grand Master's inheritance for the time being. Shinrei also smiled. Why was just why. It was impossible to be like what was described in some novels where the protagonist was intelligent, while the rest of the people were retarded. Those who treated others as fools were the biggest fools themselves. Although he didn't know how much Paglio believed in the mysterious story, it was certain that this powerful poison dragon had become his first real ally since his rebirth. The feeling of signing a contract was very wonderful. It was like signing a contract with the other party spiritually, but this contract was automatically effective and supervised by some mysterious rule. Unless one reached the god level, one could not reverse or change the power of the rule. Shinrei, who successfully signed the symbiotic contract, clearly felt a strange change in his body as if his energy had been greatly expanded. Peiglio didn't show any signs of weakness. Shinrui, now you and I are symbiotic partners. The connection is closer than brothers. After Peiglio signed the contract, he stopped being polite. I have to figure out one thing first. Is the female side demon your woman? That woman is a great demon with a mutated bloodline. She has great potential and is likely to reach the level of Demon King in the future. No, we're not even friends, but I can't offend her. Shinrei shook his head. Athena was a beauty, but this joke couldn't be made. The tragedy of the Burr puzzle was right there. The poison dragon showed a meaningful smile. Then I suggest you get her. The female great demon is the most loyal woman among the demons. As long as you can really get her body and mind, she will follow you loyally and will never betray you. Unless you die, she will never like a second man. If not, our secret can't be guaranteed. Shinrei just knew that Athena's race actually had such a characteristic, but the difficulty of this mission was too high. Chapter 11. You overestimate me. I don't have this ability. Shinrei shook his head. Get her body and mind? When the great sword slashes over, everything is gone. Don't underestimate your cunning and evil, my partner. Peiglio smiled. Before that, I will use a little trick to make her unable to leak the secret. But judging from the performance of the woman just now, this trick can't last long, so you must find a way to get her heart. Her strength and potential are good, and it will be a good guarantee for your survival. You know, our lives are already connected. I'm also planning for myself. Cunning and evil. Are you complimenting me? Shinrei was speechless, and he had to say, Don't worry, you and I are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. I will try my best. Grasshopper? Is it a powerful creature from the primeval era? The poison dragon showed curiosity, then he said, However, women are indeed creatures that are not to be trifled with. The one who is proficient in ancient runes is a woman that I once offended. Abandoned after seducing? Failed to seduce? When Shinrei was using his rich imagination maliciously, Peiglio told him about the experience back then. Peiglio was powerful and cunning. He had a good reputation, and he had a terrifying poison that could cause disasters on a large scale. Even several empires dared not provoke him easily. As dragons, the poison dragon naturally inevitably had the common trait of accumulating wealth. His desire for wealth was extremely strong. In a battle for treasure, Peiglio and the fairy dragon Rala joined forces to kill their enemy, the blue dragon, Rainieri, and severely injured Rainieri's ally, the crystal dragon, Jacob. However, after killing the enemy, Peiglio couldn't resist the strong temptation of the treasure. He temporarily abandoned the joint research agreement, sneaked an attack on Rala, and snatched the treasure. The angry Rala began to chase the poison dragon crazily. Fairy dragons were born powerful magicians and scholars. The awkward-sounding dragon language magic was as simple as yawning for them. Rala was one of the best among them. She was also proficient in ancient runes. The cunning Peiglio knew that he was not her opponent. He was afraid of losing the treasure, so he hid it in a secret base in the Silent Night wetland. He set up many traps and forged a series of illusions in another cave to confuse the fairy dragon. Peiglio escaped from Rala's pursuit, but he encountered another terrifying man. The poison dragon's strength and toxicity were like child's play in front of this man. He was quickly subdued. To the poison dragon's surprise, the man's goal was actually that treasure too. Peiglio was not a foolhardy person. He pretended to surrender, promised to hand over the treasure, and brought the man to his secret cave. The cave was in a mess. There were scattered gold coins and gems on the ground as if they were plundered by someone. The trick originally used to confuse Rala was finally useful. After the man's search was fruitless, he used ancient runes to seal Peiglio in the Blue Lake. 400 years ago, the unaware Lord of Midnight's Sun led the army to attack the Dark Moon. In order to prevent waking up the poison dragon and affecting the overall situation, he cast the seal of Lock of Light and Dark. There was a strange effect between the two seals, which made Paglio wake up in advance. Now the poison dragon was sealed by Lock of Light and Dark and ancient runes. The former made him unable to leave the Blue Lake area, while the latter greatly suppressed the poison dragon's power. When Qinrui heard that someone could easily capture and seal a powerhouse like the poison dragon, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. If there were no ancient runes, the poison dragon could slowly break free from the seal of Lock of Light and Dark with his own strength. But now it was a double seal, so the situation was not good. What Paglio wanted Qinrui to do was, 1. Go to the secret stronghold in the Silent Night wetland to find the treasure to resolve the Lock of Light and Dark. 2. Find the whereabouts of the fairy dragon Rala in exchange for lifting the seal on his body. In this regard, Paglio seemed particularly cautious. You have to go to the Silent Night wetland to find two things. The first is a fist-sized red crystal which looks like an eye. It is called the Eye of Sauron. With my current suppressed power, I need this thing to remove the Lock of Light and Dark and leave this damn lake. The second thing is a silver box which contains the treasure taken from Rala back then. In addition to these two, there are some equipment in my treasure that you can use. I can give you a few. Qinrui remembered it carefully. When he saw the pain on the poison dragon's face when he said the last sentence, he sneered. Don't worry, brother poison dragon, I won't touch the treasure at all. This dragon still didn't seem to understand the principle that he couldn't beat the wolf if he didn't sacrifice his child. How could there be no reward when asking for help? However, this guy was really persistent about wealth. He was the standard example of wanting money more than his life. In the end, he was sealed. Are all dragons so fierce? Don't touch it at all. You want to touch all of them. Don't think that I can't see your greed and cunning. I now suspect that you're a dragon that transformed into a human. Paglio said angrily and showed a painful expression. I can give you 20% of the treasure, but don't be happy too early. The Silent Night wetland is not so easy to enter. With your current strength, I'm afraid that you will become the demonic beast's food before you even touch the periphery. So you have to trick Athena as soon as possible and let her accompany you. Not only that, you also have to learn dragon inscription. Because I set up countless inscription mechanisms in the secret stronghold, even if a giant dragon forcibly breaks in, it will suffer a big loss. The mechanisms will even destroy all the treasures inside. No wonder Paglio repeatedly emphasized that Qinrui should get Athena. It turned out that he had such a plan. Dragon inscription was a unique skill of dragons. It was similar to Magic Circle, but it was much more difficult and powerful. Paglio was quite proficient in this. Dragon inscription? Qinrui was a little afraid of English in college. Now that he heard it was a foreign language, he couldn't help but feel troubled. He said, You don't have to be so troublesome. You just need to tell me the location of those mechanisms, and I'll go around them. The key is here. Paglio's face blushed. Because my memory isn't very good, and now that I just woke up, I can't remember a lot of things, including the inscription mechanisms in the Silent Night wetland. You set up so many mechanisms with a bad memory, and there is even a self-destruct program. Qinrui rolled his eyes as he listened. It's really hard to get a free lunch from the sky. It seems that I have to reluctantly learn this foreign language. However, since the risk has increased, the plan of sharing the treasure has to be changed. Athena looked at Qinrui and Paglio shaking their heads and arguing fiercely. As she couldn't hear their voices, she guessed whether the despicable poison dragon forced the brave humans to accept some harsh conditions. After a long time, Paglio and Qinrui stopped arguing. You get 40 and I get 60. No more. After Paglio said this, he removed the power of soundproofing and deliberately made his tone fierce. It's decided. Don't challenge my patience anymore. Athena immediately came up. Qinrui secretly scolded this guy for being treacherous. Initially, he thought it was 50-50ths. Paglio waved his hand to remove the poison in Athena and sneered. Damn human, although you deceived Sir Paglio to sign the equality contract, It doesn't mean that I'm completely at ease with you, especially this female demon. I've applied the most powerful chronic poison on the 3 women. This poison is colorless and odorless. Even the most outstanding potion master can't detoxify it. In the future, every 7 days you must come to this place and exchange enough barbecue for the antidote. Otherwise, their bodies will rot and even their bones will turn into ashes. Athena had witnessed the great sword being easily destroyed by Paglio's poison. She didn't dare to question the authenticity. She was shocked and scared. I don't care about myself and Kia, but Alice is the little princess of the fallen angel empire. How can she suffer such a terrible danger? At this moment, Athena was extremely regretful. She shouldn't have disobeyed Princess Royal's order and brought Alice to the Blue Lake without authorization. Shinrei just realized that Paglio was talking about this temporary trick. The chronic poison was most likely bluffing, but the barbecue was definitely added deliberately. He immediately gave the poison dragon a contemptuous look and gritted his teeth. I promise you! After the seal is lifted, you must help Athena and the others completely detoxify the poison. I can guarantee this with the reputation of the dragons. Paglio pointed to Athena. You and I signed an equality contract, but she didn't. I poisoned her just in case. If you can't keep it a secret, you will be responsible for all the consequences. Get out of here. Now Sir Paglio wants to study this chest of diamonds. After that, he ignored Shinrei and played the masterpiece of the Grand Master Wukong excitedly. Shinrei winked at Athena. Let's go first. Athena was flustered. She had no idea now. She immediately carried Kia and Alice when she heard that. She came to the tri-horned rhinos that had regained consciousness and carried the 2 girls on her back. The tamed tri-horned rhinos were very gentle. The leading one led the other 3 slowly under the control of Athena. It was completely different from the previous wild and fierce running. Just now, Shinrei specifically asked the poison dragon to release the strongest poison to him. However, after the super system startup progress reached 90%, it could no longer be increased. Obviously, the repeated poison had reached its limit. It could no longer be converted into the startup energy of the super system, which made Shinrei's expectations disappointed. In fact, he had gained enough today. Not only did he get a powerful ally and a long life, but the startup progress of the super system had also increased greatly. Next, he only needed to use the resources of Aldus's lab reasonably, then it could be officially started. It seemed that it was necessary to study pharmaceutics with the enthusiast master. Athena. Shinrei organized the words in his heart and said, Don't tell the little princess and Kia about the poisoning, lest they can't bear it psychologically. Also, the news of Paglio must not be leaked at all because our lives are in his hands. Don't worry, I will find a way to remove the poison dragon seal as soon as possible and get rid of his control on you as soon as possible. Athena wasn't a person who didn't know the severity of the situation. She nodded and said, Thanks to you today, otherwise we may not be able to come back. I take back my previous rudeness. You are a brave human. Shinrei was surprised by Athena's praise. In his impression, the heroine's vision was very high. Even General Allen didn't look her in the eye. He asked tentatively, Just now, the poison dragon misunderstood our relationship, please don't mind. I know. Athena answered in a low voice, and her face was slightly red. Fortunately, her skin wasn't as white as Kia's, so he couldn't see any abnormalities for a while. Shinrei breathed a sigh of relief. The big-breasted, brainless, violent woman was indeed much easier to deal with than the black-bellied little lowly. If it was Alice, it would never be so easy to get rid of her. However, the mission of picking up girls was too difficult. Shinrei only had one failed relationship. Do I really have to pursue Athena? Chapter 12. The tri-horned rhino walked slowly. Shinrei and Athena had their own thoughts, so they didn't make a sound. The atmosphere seemed weird for a while. Athena. Shinrei's question broke the awkward atmosphere. I'm a human who knows almost nothing about the demon realm. I'm also a member of the Dark Moon City now. I really want to know about the fallen angel empire. Can you tell me? This request was normal, so Athena explained without thinking. The demon realm originally had 7 royal families. After countless battles and eliminations, there were only 3 royal families left. They were the Lucifer royal family who controlled the fallen angel empire, the Mammon royal family who controlled the bloody empire, and the Asmodeus royal family who controlled the shadow empire. The 3 empires of the demon realm had their own ups and downs. They had been standing for tens of thousands of years. The barrier between the human world and the demon realm would weaken every 500 years, which was the beginning of the war between the 2 realms. The midnight sun Lucifer of the fallen angel empire was the top powerhouse of the demon realm. He was respected by all parties. In the war with the humans more than 300 years ago, he served as the commander of the demons' coalition army. He personally killed the 3 human powerhouses, which once let the demon army see the hope of returning to the bright world above the ground. However, the midnight sun was suddenly killed by a mysterious powerhouse, causing the army to be leaderless. The demon army was finally defeated and forced to withdraw to the demon realm. After the death of the midnight sun, the crown prince, Grimm, Lucifer was too young to handle the government affairs. The 2 foreign enemies, the Bloody Empire and the Shadow Empire, were eyeing the fallen angel empire with both internal and external troubles. At this time, the younger brother of the midnight sun, who was also Grimm's uncle, Prince Obsidian, stepped forward and temporarily took over the government affairs. He was called the Regent. Although Prince Obsidian's strength and military talent were far inferior to the Midnight Sun, his political means were brilliant. He used his brother's heroic sacrifice for the demons as a reason. With the remaining prestige of the Midnight Sun in the demon realm, he signed a non-aggression agreement with the Bloody Empire and the Shadow Empire. However, after Prince Obsidian solved the external crisis, he did not return the power to his nephew Grimm. Instead, he monopolized the power, eliminated the dissidents, and showed signs of replacing him. However, because Prince Obsidian did not get the approval of the artifact, Sword of Fallen Angel, of the Lucifer royal family, and the Lord of Midnight Sun's prestige in the army was extremely high. 2 of the 3 generals of the Empire supported the Crown Prince, Grimm. Therefore, Prince Obsidian could only continue to use the title of Regent, but he confiscated his nephew's Sword of Fallen Angel and left him to the desolate Dark Moon estate. He secretly sent people to monitor and control him. The Dark Moon estate had a dangerous environment, poor resources, rampant bandits, and many terrifying demon realm creatures in the estate. It was impossible to develop and grow. Grimm died of depression in this kind of adversity. In his later years, he left behind 2 daughters, the first Princess Jia and the little Princess Alice. Jia was influenced by the idea of regaining the throne instilled by Grimm since she was a child. She developed a cold and persevering character. She handled things calmly and decisively. Unlike her relatively weak father, she faintly had the demeanor of her grandfather, the Lord of Midnight Sunday. She took over the Dark Moon City at the age of 16. She immediately used a series of means to establish prestige and govern the Dark Moon City in an orderly manner. However, even if Jia was talented and ambitious, she couldn't fundamentally change the bad situation of the Dark Moon estate. After Grimm's death, another general of the Empire sided with the Regent Obsidian. The only military force that supported the Dark Moon was the first General George, who was Athena's father. General George was now guarding the northern border, the warlock fortress at the border with the Bloody Empire. 3 years ago, Athena came to the Dark Moon City at the behest of her father. It was also equivalent to indicating to the outside world that General George continued to support the Crown Prince. Over the years, Prince Obsidian had been studying the Sword of Fallen Angel that originally belonged to Jia all the time. Once he could unlock the mystery of the artifact and get the approval of the artifact, he could justifiably become the real emperor. By then, even the opposition led by General George could only express surrender. It's not easy for Princess Jia to support the Dark Moon estate almost by herself, Athena said emotionally. The Crown Prince is very strict with her. She has always been under great pressure, and she gradually formed a cold personality. Even Alice is afraid of her. But according to Alice, Princess Royal was actually very gentle when she was a child. Chinray only knew that the Dark Moon City was in such a disadvantageous situation. He suddenly remembered that if Regent Obsidian understood the Sword of Fallen Angel and launched a war against the Dark Moon, no one could guarantee the safety of the Poison Dragon. Once it was exposed, Sir Paglio was likely to become the Dragon Slayer's trophy, and Chinray would also be finished. It seemed that he had to at least help the Poison Dragon unlock the Lock of Light and Dark first, then find a safe territory to settle down. At present, it was still unclear what the super system's abilities were. He could only sacrifice his body to borrow Athena's power. Chinray calculated while trying to get information. I heard Master Alda said that the royal family has a special bloodline talent. I wonder what the talents of the Lucifer royal family are. Athena replied. I once heard my father said that the higher the level of the royal family's awakening, the more and stronger talents they can use. The most powerful talent of the Lucifer family is the Heart of Light and Dark, which can devour all powers. Even the human's light power is no exception. Then there are Dark Flame and Holy Wings. Back then, the Lord of Midnight Sun was invincible in the demon realm with these three powers. Even the strongest person in the demon realm today, Raisin the Great of the Bloody Empire, could only admit defeat. When Athena mentioned the Lord of Midnight Sun, her face was full of reverence. Chinray secretly thought that this chick was really the type who worshipped violence. If she really used the seduction tactic like Paglio said, it would probably be difficult for him to suit her taste. He probed again quietly. Besides, are there any other talents such as mind reading? Mind reading? Athena didn't worry about him and shook her head decisively. Impossible, the Lucifer family has a total of 3 bloodline talents. This is a well-known fact in the demon realm. Chinray finally understood that the mind reading that Alice said turned out to be a bluff. It turned out that the frog crawled on his feet and didn't bite. What a shock! He thought about it and decided not to expose Alice. Otherwise, this lowly would come up with some evil ideas. As for the primordial pit, he would slowly find a way to fill it. Athena, my questions just now may violate the taboo of the royal family. Please keep it a secret, especially don't tell the little princess. No problem. I will never say. After talking with Chinray for a while, Athena let go of her psychological burden a lot. When she heard this, she habitually patted her chest. Suddenly, her breasts were surging. The eyes of a normal man who saw it almost shook. The two continued to talk, and Chinray got a lot of useful information from Athena. Demons' power levels from low to high could be divided into lower demon, intermediate demon, higher demon, demon king, great demon king, demon emperor, demon overlord, and demon supremo. Each level was equivalent to a watershed. Not only there was a huge difference in power, but there was also a certain level suppression. For example, it was difficult for an intermediate demon to exert the strongest combat power in front of a higher demon. Although there was no level suppression between the same level, there was also a difference in power. For example, a veteran higher demon who had reached the peak of power could at least defeat 10 newly advanced higher demons. Demon Supremo was the highest realm in the legend. It was said that the power could make the gods afraid, but it was never heard that a demon could become a demon supremo. 300 years ago, the Lord of Midnight Sun was extremely talented. He cultivated to the peak of demon overlord. He was one step away from being promoted to demon supremo. Unfortunately, he died in the war with humans. Raisin the Great of the Bloody Empire and Catherine the Great of the Shadow Empire were both veteran demon overlords. There were also many powerhouses under them, but they were not as good as the Lord of Midnight Sun back then. Even powerhouses of the same level, there was a lot of gap in power due to talent and special abilities. Prince Obsidian, the strongest powerhouse of the Fallen Angel Empire, had reached the peak of the Demon Overlord, but compared with the other 2 emperors who were also at the peak of the Demon Overlord, his strength was much inferior. Perhaps after obtaining the power of the artifact, Sword of Fallen Angel, he could truly compete with the other two empires in terms of strength. Athena herself was a great demon, also known as a scythe demon. The scythe demon was a naturally powerful warrior who was good at using various weapons. It was not limited to the signature scythe. Athena was proficient in swordsmanship. At the age of 19, she was already at the peak of intermediate demon. She was only a step away from higher demon. For the demons, she was a very outstanding genius. Not every demon could train all the way to the peak. For example, the upper limit of the scythe demon was higher demon. The imp would linger at lower demon for life unless some rare mutation could occur. Chunrui's performance in the face of the poison dragon made Athena look at him in a different light. Her communication with him became smoother and smoother. She felt that although this human strength was not good, his courage and wisdom were respectable. He was not the annoying type. Athena! Alice's lazy voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Alice! Athena helped Alice up in surprise. You're awake! Where are we? Alice wiped her blurry eyes. The picnic doesn't seem to be over yet. It's already over. You and Kia were so tired that you fell asleep while listening to the story. I brought you guys to the tri-horned rhino, and we're returning to the Dark Moon City. Alice recalled for a while, and it seemed to be the case. She stretched and said to Chunrui, Your story is good. I order you to tell me one every day. And that barbecue. Chunrui quickly said that he really couldn't think of it. Snow White is already pitiful enough today. I can't torture other characters. Athena also echoed. Alice, that story is not interesting. Let Chunrui make the burr puzzle again. Athena, you call him Chunrui? Don't you always call him human? Alice looked suspicious. I remember that you liked to listen to stories. You were quite enthusiastic when you started to tell Snow White. Why now? The little loli looked at Chunrui and Athena for a while, then she squinted her big eyes. There's a problem. There must be a problem. Alice's sensitivity made Chunrui shudder. Athena was even more guilty. The little loli asked again. Athena, where's your sword? Athena looked regretful and lowered her head. I found a wyvern flying by earlier. I used a cross whirlwind to scare the wyvern away. As a result, the sword fell into the blue lake. Even if I fished it out, it would be useless. Although Athena didn't tell the truth, her regret for the sword was not fake. Alice knew that she had a killer move to throw the great sword, so she didn't doubt it. Two clear eyes fell on Chunrui's face. I don't remember how I fell asleep. Was I poisoned? Chunrui was sweating profusely as he listened. He picked up the kettle and took a sip to cover up the nervousness in his heart. If he wasn't confident in the poison dragon's toxicity and strength, he would still suspect that Alice had been pretending to sleep. This loli's reasoning ability was too terrifying. He heard Alice's voice suddenly rose. Chunrui, you must be coveting the princess's beauty, so you drugged the barbecue with evil intentions. As a result, it was discovered by Athena. You used the reputation of the Lucifer royal family as a threat to force Athena to keep it a secret, and even succumb to your despotic power, right? Chunrui didn't have time to swallow a mouthful of water, and he almost choked from his nose. The evaluation just now is wrong. This little loli's reasoning ability isn't terrifying, but it's earth-shattering. Athena was also shocked by Alice's powerful imagination, but she was already accustomed to her friend's personality, so she was relieved instead. Chunrui finally stopped coughing. As he was about to speak, he saw Alice's sad look. She touched her lower abdomen and said, Oh my God, will I be pregnant with a human's child? Chunrui had no time to criticize Alice's superficial acting skills. He was directly shocked by the lines and vomited 3 liters of blood. Athena had already switched to the back of another tri-horned rhino with Kia, who had not woken up, pretending not to hear it. Alice was still feeling self-pity. When the child grows up and asks who the father is, how should I answer? Chapter 13. Soon Kia also woke up. When they drove the tri-horned rhinos back to the Dark Moon City, Chunrui, who was shocked by Alice along the way, still drooped his head and looked listless. Alice was very satisfied with her battle result, and seemed to be in high spirits. When they arrived at the city gate, the sheriff, General Allen, stopped the four of them again. The reason was that Princess Royal wanted to summon Shinrei and asked the four of them to go to the palace council hall quickly. When the demon's general conveyed the order, jealousy flashed in his eyes. This human who was originally a prisoner, I don't know what kind of luck he has. He is actually valued by Master Aldous. Now even Princess Jia wants to summon him personally. Shinrei learned from Athena that Princess Jia was a strong and ruthless superior. She had the demeanor of the Lord of Midnight Sunday. Everyone in the Dark Moon City was in awe of her. He knew that once the news that he was accepted as an apprentice by Aldous spread, it would attract the attention of the Princess Royal. However, he didn't expect to be summoned so soon. He was a little nervous for a moment. After walking into the palace gate, Alice pulled him to the side and said fiercely in his ear, "What I said on the road today, don't let my sister hear it. Otherwise, I will definitely castrate you." Although the threatening words were still fierce, Shinrei could hear that the little loli was finally afraid. Thankfully, Athena was right. This mischievous little princess still had a nemesis. Shinrei endured the itchy feeling in his ear and deliberately asked in a low voice, "Then I don't have to be responsible for you? Or the child in your stomach? You still dare to say it?" The little loli glared at him with a murderous look. "Are you daydreaming? With Athena here, if you really dared to touch me, your claws would have been chopped off." Shinrei suddenly realized. "So that's the case. I thought it was impossible at first, but the little princess's acting was too good. She said it along the way as if it was true. As a result, I thought something really happened in a trance." "Acting?" Alice immediately understood the meaning of this word. Still worried, she asked. "What I just said, don't worry. Even if the Princess Royal tortured me, threatened me with sex, or tempted me with benefits, I would not say a single word. If you don't believe me, you can try to read my mind." Shinrei imitated Athena and patted his chest. Unfortunately, his chest muscles were far less developed than the violent woman's. No matter how hard he patted, he couldn't make a curve. Little loli still didn't know that she had blown her cover. She patted Shinrei's shoulder with satisfaction, like a head of state meeting a soldier. "No, I believe you. After this is over, remember to make a few more bird puzzle. This princess will definitely not mistreat you." Shinrei directly ignored the last few words of the little loli, and the four of them came together to the front of the meeting hall. An extremely cold-looking side demon bowed to Alice. "Princess Alice, please wait outside. Princess Jia wants to summon this human first." "Thank you, Captain Kaguran." Alice's disguise was really powerful. Now, she had the standard demeanor of a noble lady. Kaguran nodded slightly and came to Shinrei. His cold gaze did not change at all. He said, "Human, come with me." Shinrei followed Kaguran into the meeting hall. The space of the meeting hall was very spacious, and the furnishings were very simple. On the few steps in the center, a young woman wearing a crown and a pleated dress stood. She was Princess Royal Jia, who was known as the first beauty of the Dark Moon. When Shinrei saw the Princess Royal, his first reaction was to be stunned by her beauty. Perfect. That was the closest adjective he could think of. Regardless of appearance or temperament, they were perfect. Compared with his sister, Alice was just a child who hadn't grown up. As for the so-called celebrities and celebrities in the previous life, they were simply mediocre and not worth mentioning. If he really wanted to pick a flaw, it would be that the princess' temperament was too cold. Her pair of deep eyes like amethysts exuded a faint coldness. Shinrei once chose the royal sister without hesitation in a poll of, "Do otakus like royal sisters or loli?" in a certain forum. He even added a comment, "The royal sister is mighty." Obviously, this was the goddess of the royal sisters, the royal sister of the goddesses, the iceberg royal sister. Princess Royal frowned slightly when she saw the human's absent-minded look. Aldous next to her coughed softly, which made Shinrei suddenly wake up. He quickly restrained his thoughts and lowered his head. Although this was a normal man's reaction, this wasn't a goddess, but a female demon queen. My life is in her hands. If I make her angry, it will be troublesome. There was a person on each side of Jia. Aldous was facing an old man with white hair and a haggard face. His eyes were half squinted as if he was dozing off. There were 3 long horns on his head that curved backward. Your Highness, the human has been brought. Kaguran, you are now guarding the door of the meeting hall. No one is allowed to enter, even if it's Alice. Princess Royal's voice was equally cold. Kaguran bowed and immediately retreated. Jia's gaze fell on Chenrei. Human, your name. Chenrei calmed himself down, imitated Kaguran's bow and said, Greetings to Princess Royal, my name is Chenrei. Jia asked coldly. This is the first name, what about the surname? Chenrei was stunned, then he remembered that the name in this world was the first name, followed by the surname. He couldn't be called Rui Chen, right? He had to reply. It's Chenrei. No matter what, he didn't want to give up the only mark that symbolized the family, feelings and other things that he once had. Jia didn't delve into this issue because most people in the demon realm only had one name. Generally, only families with a strong background were qualified to have a surname, or the honor of being bestowed a surname by the emperor could be inherited. So, what about Arthur? Jia's voice was a little more fierce, and a faint coercion was released. Answer. Chenrei's heart was beating like a drum, but after the incident with Paglio, he was a lot braver. He quickly recovered his calmness and said, It's like this, Royal Highness. After I fell into the demon realm, I lost some memories. I only remember that my original name seemed to be Arthur, and I seemed to be a noble. As for my surname and other things, I can't remember clearly. Now I can't return to the human world, and I'm valued by Master Aldous, so I'm determined to abandon my original identity and change my name to Chenrei. I'll live here as a part of the Dark Moon City. Please allow me to do so, Royal Highness. Chenrei had prepared this answer for a long time. Not only did he use Aldous as an umbrella, but he also expressed his determination to live in the demon realm again and be loyal to the Dark Moon Estate. At the same time, he could fix the bug in his original name. In fact, the memory he received from Arthur was indeed incomplete. The excuse of amnesia was not fabricated. Gauss, what do you think? Jia turned her gaze to the white-haired old man on the side. The old man, Gauss, nodded slowly. When this human was captured, I participated in the interrogation. I did find that he had amnesia, and he only said that his name was Arthur. His power is extremely weak. He's basically a waste. He shouldn't be a threat. Anyone would naturally be unhappy to be called a waste, but being low-key was in line with Chenrei's current situation. The super system and the poison dragon's ally were his two capital to settle down in the future. What he needed most now was time for development and a relatively safe living environment. Jia nodded slightly and said to Chenrei, I heard some interesting stories from Master Aldous, but I don't want to hear them again. I'm only asking you one question. Did you really get the inheritance of the ancient Grand Master? Don't try to lie. You can't afford the cost of lying. Chenrei finally understood the reason why Jia summoned him so soon, but telling the truth would only make him die faster. He replied without hesitation. I can guarantee with my life that I did get the inheritance of the Grand Master. However, the era of the Grand Master isn't the ancient times, but the more distant and almost unrecorded prehistoric era. I came to the demon realm inexplicably. It's probably caused by the residual power of divine thought. If Your Highness can give me an identity to live in New Moon City, I'm willing to contribute the inherited knowledge to serve Your Highness. Jia asked Aldous, Master, what do you think of the credibility of this matter? Aldous bowed slightly. The actual age of the Princess Royal was only 23 years old. According to the lifespan of the royal family, it was just the beginning, but it didn't affect the Dark Elf Master's respect for her. He replied, Your Highness has seen Huarong Dao. This kind of deduction tool has never been recorded in history. I'm sure that even the human world doesn't have such a thing. Also, the bird puzzle that was destroyed by Athena could be considered a wonderful work of art. I have tried various poisons on him, but none of them worked. Other than believing the reason of the Grand Master's inheritance, I really can't think of any other reason. Wonderful work of art? It seems that the idioms and allusions in this world are the same as the earth. I just don't know which demon king or human it originated from. After getting the affirmation from Aldous, Chunrei's mood was much more relaxed. He knew from Athena that Jia's current situation was very bad. It was the time when she needed talents and help. As long as she could show enough value, she would definitely be able to pass the test safely. Jia pondered for a moment and finally nodded. She said to Chunrei, "You are a human. You were originally the mortal enemy of my demons. If you don't get my approval, even if I let you leave the Dark Moon Estate, you won't be able to survive. Since you are willing to be loyal now, I will naturally not treat you badly, but I have a condition. Your identity as the Grand Master's inheritor can't be mentioned to anyone. Usually, you will be Master Aldous' apprentice. One day, when your inherited knowledge reaches a certain level, I will give you the courtesy of a master." This Princess Royal wasn't simple. She first pointed out his dangerous situation and used gentle means to win him over. It could be described as coercion and temptation. It seemed that Jia wanted to train Chunrei as a secret master to increase her leverage against Regent Obsidian. This approach happened to coincide with his original plan. The bird that sticks out will be shot. If he was arrogant without strength, he would definitely be a stupid bird that deserved to die. "Thank you, Princess Royal." Chunrei saluted again and looked a little excited. He hesitated and said, "It's just about the Grand Master. In addition to the three of you, Princess Royal, Little Princess, Athena and the imp, Slee, also know about it. Kia probably knows something too. Athena and Kia also know about it. I will let them keep it a secret." Jia thought of the human's absent-minded look just now, and her tone changed. "I also heard from Alice a few days ago that you seem to be interested in Kia. If you can really make a considerable contribution to the Dark Moon, I can give Kia to you." A naked honey trap! Chunrei thought of Kia's seductive look, and he couldn't help but feel thirsty. However, a sperm-sucking woman couldn't be provoked. If he couldn't control himself, he would become a jerk just by kissing her. As for the imp, just kill him. The murderous intention in Jia's words made Chunrei shudder. He instantly understood her intention of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. It seemed that Princess Royal's methods were really extraordinary. He thought about it and said, "Princess Jia, I am now preparing to learn pharmaceutics knowledge from Master Aldous. I need a subject to experiment. I wonder if you can give Slee to me?" Chunrei saved the imp's life, not because he was compassionate, but because he had his own plans. Jia thought for a while and agreed to the request. When Aldous left the palace with Chunrei, he said meaningfully, "Princess Royal's beauty is not something you can covet. Put away that thought and serve the Dark Moon well." Chunrei smiled. He was surprised by Jia's beauty just now, which was a normal male reaction. He really didn't have any delusions in this regard. However, Jia's promise to give Kia seemed to treat him as a lecherous person. Subsequently, the head of the palace guards, Kaguran, read the order written by Princess Royal in the center of New Moon City. Since then, Chunrei officially became a member of the Dark Moon City. He successfully took the first step to save his life in the demon realm. Chapter 14. In the outer courtyard of the palace, in Aldous' laboratory, a familiar scream sounded early in the morning. Even the courageous and strong palace guards in the distance couldn't help but reveal expressions of fear when they heard these cries. In their opinion, they would rather bleed or even die on the battlefield than suffer this kind of terrible torture where they could neither live nor die. It was still the same bottles and jars as a few days ago, but the roles of feeding and testing the potion had been switched. "Slee, how does this potion feel?" Chunrei looked at Slee, who was panting on the ground with interest. Slee said weakly, "Master, the potion of this soul-splitting grass is too strong. Slee feels that his head has cracked and he's about to die, No, I saw it wrong just now. This is actually a stun grass potion. Shinrei looked doubtful. Did I use the wrong amount? Or is it because of the special physique of the imp that the effect of the stun grass will transform into a soul-splitting effect? No way! It's better to cut open his brain and see. The imp, who seemed to be in a precarious situation just now, suddenly turned over and sat up. He dragged his clothes and begged. Great master, your lowly servant only feels a little dizzy. There is absolutely no pain at all. This dizzy potion is very, very effective. Please don't cut open Slee's head. As soon as the imp finished his words, he saw Shinrei shaking the bottle in front of his eyes. Number 81, Sober Potion, was written on it. It turned out that this was a buff potion for dizziness and sleeping state. Slee almost cried out. It said that despicable and cunning are synonymous with imp. Why is this human more cunning than imp? Almighty Master, your wisdom is comparable to the demon realm's moonlight. Your humblest servant shouldn't be blinded by fear. Next time, even if Master asks Slee to go to the Blue Lake, I will bring the poison dragon back to Master. The imp immediately began to sing praises that he was best at. His loyal and humble look didn't have the demeanor of Sir Slee at all. With this kind of behavior, he still wants to bring the poison dragon back? Shinrei smiled and said, If it wasn't for the master-servant contract a few days ago, I'm afraid Lord Slee would still be waiting to drink my blood and eat my flesh. At the mention of a few days ago, the imp couldn't help but feel sad. That was the beginning of Sir Slee's nightmare. Princess Royal's most trusted Sir Gauss brought this human to Slee. Sir Gauss was a lich who was proficient in magic. With his help, Sir Slee was forced to sign a master-servant contract with this human. If Slee dared to disobey Shinrei, he would suffer a strong backlash from the contract, or even die. At this point, the imp could only accept his fate. As he was about to continue to flatter this new master, Shinrei said, Slee, I know you're not convinced, but you were also there when I told the little princess and master about the secret of inheritance that day. This time, Princess Royal summoned me and gave a gag order. Before I become a master, I can't reveal this secret to anyone. You were supposed to be killed, but I saved you. Slee was shocked, then he immediately thought of the rumors about the ruthless Princess Royal Highness. He immediately shuddered. It seems that what the new master said is true, but so what if my life is saved by this human? The rule of the demon world is that the strong are respected, and the imp race has always been known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Now Sir Slee is actually a servant for a human who is weaker than me. In the circle of imps, and even in the history of the entire demon realm, this was probably the first case in record. Shinrei seemed to see through Slee's mind and smiled. Slee, your life is now in my hands. If I want to retaliate for your previous evil deeds, you would have been tortured to death by now, but I don't want to do that. Princess Royal promised me personally that when I reach the level of master in the future, she will give me the same honor and courtesy as Master Aldous. What I need now is not an experiment subject, nor a clown who only knows how to praise, but a truly loyal follower. Slee's brain began to turn quickly. This human is indeed valued by Princess Royal and Master Aldous. His future is limitless. If I can really become a master's follower, not only it is not a disgrace, but it is also a supreme honor. Slee's mood was a little excited for a while. Imp had always been at the bottom of the demon realm. Their strength was weak, and they were usually bullied. Originally in the lab, Slee was just a handyman. He wasn't even a servant. Now that there was a godsend opportunity in front of him, how could he miss it? Master, what do you want Slee to do? The imp noticed that the master was not interested in the praises, so he cleverly simplified the words and asked respectfully. Shinrei was quite satisfied with Slee's performance. That set of coercion and temptation was learned from Princess Royal Jia. He didn't have to worry that the imp wouldn't give in. Don't worry, I won't use you to test potions anymore, but I want you to learn some knowledge about herbs. In the future you will collect various herbs according to my instructions and inquire about various information. Slee's small eyes suddenly lit up. Collecting herbs was already a job that apprentices could do, and the master also wanted him to learn about herbs and inquire about information. It seemed that he really planned to train him as a follower. The imp immediately knelt on the ground gratefully and habitually said a lot of words of loyalty and praise. Then, he remembered that the master didn't like this, so the long speech stopped abruptly. He just showed a humble and obedient look. He couldn't wait to express all his loyalty with body language. Chunrei couldn't help but feel amused when he saw Slee's look. The master-servant contract plus the carrot and stick, the imp should have completely surrendered. Although he relied on his wit to get a foothold in the Dark Moon City, he was still a human after all. Besides, there was still the last part of the progress of the super system. He might need more herbs for experiments. With Slee as an errand boy, he could save a lot of trouble. Okay, take a look at the master's book on basic herbs. Learn to recognize the easiest herbs first. Chunrei handed the thick book to Slee. Slee was excited. This is Master Aldus's book. I heard that ordinary alchemy apprentices have to pay a lot of tuition fees to reach the level of learning knowledge. Master actually gave it to me just like that. This time, the imp was sincerely grateful. He respectfully took it and retreated. Chunrei didn't need that book anymore. After his soul crossed and merged with Arthur's consciousness, his memory actually improved by many times. His mind also became exceptionally clear. Coupled with the benefit brought by the symbiotic contract, he had already memorized this book on basic herbs in just a few days. The characteristic of the super system's activation progress was that the stronger the potency, the faster the progress. However, repeated potency didn't have much effect. Even Paglio's poison was no exception. Almost all the poisons in the lab were tested last time. Chunrei wanted to figure out the components of those potions, then tried to configure a new drug to activate the super system as soon as possible. At present, he hadn't experimented with other ways to speed up the progress, so he could only consider from the aspect of pharmaceutics. Slee walked in again and said, "Master, Madame Athena is here." Athena walked into the lab and saw that Aldous wasn't there. She asked, "Where's the master?" "The master studied chess of diamonds all night last night. He is still sleeping now." The day before yesterday, Chunrei made a set of chess of diamonds with the help of Slee and gave it to Aldous. As a result, Aldous immediately indulged in it as if he got a treasure. Chunrei suspected that if this continued, the potion master would defect to the mechanic camp. Athena said casually, "I see. Did Alice come to you these 2 days?" "She's here." Chunrei smiled bitterly. "I sent her away with Diamond Solitaire the day before yesterday. She wants novel things all day long. If this continues, my brain is going to be exhausted. Do you want to continue listening to the romance of the 3 kingdoms today?" Athena's eyes lit up and nodded quickly. In the past few days, Chunrei deliberately catered to her interest and told her the excerpts from the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Of course, due to the needs of the environment, the abilities of the famous generals were greatly deified. For example, Lord Guan's green dragon crescent blade became an artifact that could easily kill thousands of people. Lord Zhang San's roar could make the waterfall flow backward. Liu Bei had the water element magic that could make his tears flow 1,000 miles. Athena admired powerhouses with extraordinary strength the most. She was suddenly obsessed and went to the lab every day. However, these stories were only told to Athena by Chunrei. He also said that it was a little secret between the two of them. It was considered as a small trick. "Wait, today, let's go to the Blue Lake." Athena suddenly thought of her intention, but she was reluctant to give up the good story. "Tell me again on the way back, okay?" Chunrei just remembered that he had a good time these days. He almost forgot about the dragon inscription, so he nodded quickly. "I have prepared the tri-horned rhinos. Let's go now." Slee watched his master and Athena go away, and the surprise in his heart was like a stormy sea. How long has Master been in the demon realm? This Madame Athena actually took the initiative to date. As a matter of fact, Madame Athena couldn't even get close to General Allen. With great admiration for his master, the imp was full of unprecedented longing for the glorious future of the master's follower. Outside the palace, the two sat on the tri-horned rhinos that were already prepared. This time, both of them were equipped with a complete saddle. Obviously, the treatment of humans was completely different from the last time. After leaving the city smoothly, the two rushed all the way to the Blue Lake. At the place where he agreed with Peglio last time, Shenrei was surprised to see that the poison dragon in human form was still concentrating on the simple solitaire chess. Obviously, his energy these days was spent on this thing. Shenrei asked Athena to wait in the distance while he walked forward. When Peglio saw Shenrei, he asked fiercely, "Who are you?" Shenrei suddenly had a feeling that he couldn't afford to be hurt. Bad memory? You've forgotten too many things. This is clearly Alzheimer's disease. Chapter 15. Shenrei spent a lot of time explaining while being eroded by Peglio's poison as if nothing had happened. When he said that the treasure would be divided into 4, he deliberately said, 6 for humans, 4 for dragons. Peglio jumped up all of a sudden. Dream on! Greedy guy, it's clearly 40% for you and 60% for me. Sure enough, wealth could leave a deep impression on dragons, but the symbiotic contract couldn't be forged. This guy most likely realized it earlier, and he was deliberately playing around. After Peglio righteously criticized his human ally's insatiable greed, he pulled him to the diamond chess and showed off his results in the past few days. Sure enough, since he left last time, the poison dragon had been immersed in it. Shenrei looked at the remaining 4 small stones on the chessboard, but he didn't comment. He rearranged the stones and started to move. Looking at the last 3 small stones on the chessboard and counting the number of steps Shenrei used, it was finally the poison dragon's turn to be hurt. In fact, Shenrei had a simpler method that could complete the highest, genius, level with only 18 steps, which was to leave only 1 chess piece in the center of the chessboard. Of course, this method wasn't his original, but it was the wisdom of predecessors. Whether it was Huarong Dao or diamond chess, Shenrei made a smart choice. He hadn't used the most advanced solution he knew in order to leave more interest and imagination for these users. Sure enough, when Peglio heard that there were more and simpler moves than just now, he became more interested. However, it wasn't the time to play with this. The poison dragon glanced at Athena in the distance and shouted, "Woman! Sir Peglio wants to eat barbecue. You go hunt some prey. Your man will stay and play chess with Sir Peglio. This guy has a good memory for barbecue." Shenrei looked at Peglio contemptuously. Athena knew that the barbecue was the condition of the poison dragon's agreement last time, so she didn't say anything more. After a few ups and downs, she disappeared from sight. This woman has a mutant bloodline, so she has 2 forms. Even if her demonic form in battle does not suit your taste, her normal form should be quite beautiful. Peglio winked. What do you think? Did you get her into bed? You only know how to think with your lower body. How could I have that ability? Actually, Athena is a pretty good person, and she's also very loyal. I don't want to lie to her, so I might as well be friends with her. She should be able to help me. Shenrei replied sourly. It's up to you, as long as you achieve your goal. Peglio laughed strangely. But we dragons have 2 sayings. There is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Friendship is the beginning of love. You've taken the first step successfully. You're indeed a cunning guy. Shenrei knew that he couldn't explain it to the poison dragon, so he said, Peglio, let's not talk about the topic. Now that Athena isn't here, let's start learning dragon inscription. As soon as he heard this, Peglio also became serious. Inscription referred to the engraved text. It was divided into yin text and yang text according to the concave and convex shape. Dragon inscription was a kind of inscription carved with the special incantation of ancient dragons. Each individual inscription contained a mysterious meaning and could exert a powerful force. The stronger the user's strength and the deeper the understanding of inscription, the greater the power of the engraving. Because it was too esoteric, there weren't many dragons who were proficient in this. A string of inscriptions arranged according to a certain rule would exert a power several times the sum of the individual inscriptions. Although the power of dragon inscription was powerful, due to the creator's origin of power, the inscription's lethality to the dragons was much weaker than that of other creatures. Peiglio first taught some basic broken characters. Chunrei's memory was very good, so he remembered it very quickly. However, he felt that it was very difficult to understand. He could only memorize it all and slowly digest it when he went back. Seeing that Chunrei had such a good memory, Peiglio simply taught him a few complete inscriptions. Soon Athena returned with the prey, and Chunrei began his work as a chef. Last time, the poison dragon only ate the leftovers of Alice and the others. This time, it was a feast. After Peiglio finished the barbecue, he took a branch and picked his teeth calmly. He nodded and said, "Okay, you guys can go now. Remember to come back 7 days later." "Wait." Athena suddenly got up and asked sternly, "Where's the antidote?" Peiglio asked in confusion. "What antidote?" "This foodie." She even forgot about the antidote. Chunrei quickly asked for it while winking at Peiglio. Peiglio finally remembered. He hesitated for a long time and took out 3 small green beads from his clothes. Chunrei thought of the sweat pill used to trick people in some novels, and he felt a chill in his heart. His disgusted look made Peiglio furious. He put up a soundproof enchantment, grabbed Chunrei's collar, and said angrily, "You ignorant guy! This is a jade pearl, a special crystal of the poison dragon. Not only can it quickly recover from injuries, but it can also permanently enhance the body's resistance to poison. It takes almost 200 years to produce one. If each one melts in water, it is enough for 10 people to consume. Next time, you solve the antidote yourself." It turned out to be a complete supplement pill. Chunrei smiled embarrassedly. Peiglio looked at Athena, who had drawn out her great sword and was ready to rescue him. He smiled meaningfully and let go of Chunrei's collar. Chunrei gave Athena a look that he was fine and quickly left the lake with her. Along the way, Athena kept her head down on the back of the tri-horned rhino. She didn't talk to Chunrei, and she looked sullen. Chunrei thought that Athena was still afraid of the poison in her body. He handed over a jade pearl and said, "Athena, why don't you take this antidote first? We will come again in 7 days. You should be fine." "It's all my fault." Athena suddenly clenched her fists, and her long-suppressed emotions suddenly burst out. "I have been regretting for the past few days. If I insisted on not bringing Alice to the Blue Lake, she wouldn't have been poisoned. I really want to fight to death with the poison dragon. The people of the whale's family would rather die in battle than be threatened." Chunrei didn't expect Athena's temperament to be so unyielding. No wonder the poison dragon said that this was only a temporary solution. Seeing that she was really going to fight with Peiglio, he quickly said, "Wait, if you annoy the poison dragon, he won't give you the antidote anymore. Isn't that harming Alice?" Athena was hit in the key. She sat down disappointedly, and her voice had a rare crying tone. "Alice is my best friend, and the whale's family is greatly indebted to the Lord of Midnight Sunday. My father specially sent me to the Dark Moon Estate to protect the Crown Prince Grimm even if I have to sacrifice my life, but I have committed such an unforgivable mistake. What should I do?" Chunrei then realized that Athena wasn't worried about her own safety, but her friend Alice. There was a sudden feeling of guilt in his heart. "Athena! I swear with my life that the poison of you, Alice, and Kia will be removed safely. If you trust me, take the antidote pill now." For the sake of the poison dragon and his own life, this lie couldn't be exposed for the time being. It was better to give her psychological comfort first. Athena raised her head, and her slightly red eyes looked at the determined human in surprise. Finally, she nodded, took the jade pearl and ate it. Maybe the taste of the tonic wasn't good, she frowned tightly. Chunrei then remembered that 1 jade pearl was enough for 10 people. It seemed to be a bit wasteful. Athena, who calmed down, said, "Chunrei, you are the bravest human I have ever seen, and you are also a responsible man. These days I have already regarded you as a friend. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. I, Athena. Wales will never refuse. Shinrei nodded. He probably was the first human she had ever seen. The bravest and the least brave were actually the same person. However, Athena's words as a friend reminded him of the two sayings of the dragons that the poison dragon said today. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This antidote pill tastes very spicy. My throat feels like it's burning. I'm afraid the little princess won't eat it. She is very smart. We have to think of a way, otherwise we will be noticed. Shinrei thought for a while and said, I'll think of a way. You remember not to be noticed by her. Just act as usual. The poison dragon must not be leaked. Athena nodded and said, Don't worry. I will never tell anyone about you receiving the inheritance. Her Royal Highness Jia has instructed on this. Don't think about the unhappy things. I will continue to tell you the romance of the three kingdoms. This time I'm going to tell you the classic battle between the powerhouses of the three kingdoms, the battle between the three kingdoms and Lu Bu. Shinrei was relieved. He was determined to compensate Athena in terms of the story. Lu Bu is the strongest powerhouse. The artifact he uses is a sky halberd. The divine beast he rides is called Red Rabbit. Athena's eyes lit up and she began to listen attentively. When the tri-horned rhinos arrived at the gate of the Dark Moon City, Shinrei and Athena were both taken aback. They saw the little lowly, Alice, was angrily with her hands on her waist, blocking the city gate. Behind her was Kia with a helpless look. There were many soldiers next to them. The leader was a burly, long-horned demon. Shinrei recognized that this centaur seemed to be the small leader of the city guards. When they left the city in the morning, he was very respectful to Athena. Athena and Shinrei got down from the tri-horned rhinos. Alice looked like, if the princess is unhappy, the consequences will be serious. Her first sentence was, Athena, you are so mean. You actually sneaked to the Blue Lake to play without me. If Gank didn't report to me, I wouldn't even know. Shinrei quickly explained. Little princess, Athena was entrusted by Master Aldous to protect me when I went to the Blue Lake to collect herbs. Shut up. You cunning human. The centaur named Gank rudely interrupted Shinrei's explanation. I now suspect that you are colluding with the bandits outside the city. Guards. Arrest him first. Clang. The great sword behind Athena was already unsheathed. A threatening vibe spread out. Her beautiful red pupils showed a cold, murderous intention. Shinrei is my friend. I will cut off the head of whoever dares to touch him. Athena's father was the first general of the empire, George. He was famous, and his swordsmanship was also well known in the Dark Moon. The soldiers didn't dare to step forward for a while. When Gank saw that Athena was so protective of humans, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He shouted, Madam Athena, don't be fooled by this guy. Athena waved her hand and turned the great sword. She slapped Gank with the back of the sword. Gank quickly raised the hammer in his hands to parry. There was a sound of gold and iron clashing. The centaur who was famous for his strength couldn't even defeat Athena's one-handed attack. He was shorter, and both his ankles had sunk into the soil. Chapter 16. Even in a sealed state, Pyglia was far from Athena's level, so Athena couldn't exert her strength in front of the poison dragon. However, in the face of Gank, the great sword immediately showed its amazing power. Athena slashed down with the sword again. This time she used the blade. Sparks splashed everywhere, Gank's hammer was split into two, and his feet sank a little deeper. Athena's control of strength was quite precise. After breaking the hammer, the great sword stopped right on top of the centaur's head. Shinrei hurriedly came to Alice and explained in a low voice, then he handed a basket to the little lowly. F***ck off, you little minion! Call that coward Aaron out! Athena wasn't stupid. She immediately guessed the instigator behind Gank and slowly retracted the sword. Gank felt the terrifying murderous vibe leaving his head, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew that Athena had been merciful. Otherwise, the terrifying sword just now wouldn't just cut the hammer. When they were in a stalemate, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Stop! It was actually Chinrei who spoke. The human pointed at Genk and said loudly, Genk, how dare you attack Madame Athena? Princess Alice is a noble princess. You already gave orders without permission. Do you still have the little princess, the Princess Royal, and the Lucifer Royal family in your eyes? I didn't. When Genk heard Chinrei said that he attacked Athena, he was anxious. It was obviously Athena who attacked first, so he quickly defended loudly. It just so happened that Chinrei mentioned the Lucifer Royal family. There was a strange silence in the audience. Only the sound of Alice chewing the jade dragon fruit could be heard. She said vaguely, You attacked Athena? Do you even have me and my sister in your eyes? I didn't. I did. I. Genk was shocked. He felt that it was neither good to answer yes nor no. He was at a loss for words. Little princess, this human is too cunning. Don't believe his words. This human is indeed cunning. Alice nodded. Just when Genk was secretly delighted, the little loli pointed at Chinrei with the jade dragon fruit, and her tone changed. But he is more reasonable than you. Chinrei doesn't know whether it is the words that make sense or the jade dragon fruit that makes sense. He seems to think of a corrupt official in a joke. Anyway, it seems that preparing the jade dragon fruit for Alice in advance is the wisest move. Chinrei, seeing that you didn't forget to pick the fruit for me when you were picking herbs, I will forgive you this time. Alice looked at Genk, who was sweating anxiously. Big guy, don't be stupid. You go and tell Aaron that if he wants to borrow my hand to kill someone, he must be more reasonable than others. More reasonable? This is a blatant bribe. It seems that this little loli understands everything. It is obvious that she is deliberately being unreasonable. Genk saw that Alice didn't pursue the matter, and he quickly retreated with the soldiers as if he was granted amnesty. Chinrei sighed that the demon realm was still relatively simple. If it was in the ancient times of his previous world, it was not impossible for Genk's entire family to be executed with such a serious accusation. Let's go, Athena. Alice held Athena's arm affectionately, as if she had never been angry. Isn't little princess blaming me for sneaking out to play? Athena deliberately shook off Alice with an unhappy look on her face. Kia on the side saw this and pursed her lips and smiled. Alice was indeed a cynical person who could adapt to circumstances. She smiled and whispered to Athena for a while, then she made a joke. When they just arrived at the palace gate, the two had already restored their sisterly intimacy. When Alice heard Athena said that she brought back a few preys, she thought of the scene of the last picnic. She couldn't help but drool. She smiled and looked at Chinrei. Chinrei only felt that under that gaze, he seemed to have become a kind of barbecue on an iron rod. He quickly said, This time there is a new way to eat. Compared with barbecue, it has a different flavor, but I don't know if little princess is afraid of spicy food. Is it really as delicious as barbecue? The little loli asked in a low voice. After getting a guarantee from the human Athena patting her chest, her volume suddenly increased. The word fear has never been in the dictionary of the Lucifer royal family. I, Alice. Lucifer, am fearless. When the palace guards saw the little princess's impassioned and righteous words, they all looked at her with admiration. All of them stood upright and felt proud of being a warrior of the Lucifer royal family. They didn't know that the real purpose of the little loli's bold words was to get free food and drinks. Alice enjoyed everyone's admiring eyes and walked fearlessly to Aldous' lab. When she came to the lab, Slee saw the three of them and quickly greeted them. Chinrei learned from Slee that Master Aldous had an urgent matter, so he went to the palace to discuss with Princess Jia. With the help of the imp, Chinrei began to get busy. Kia and Athena also helped from time to time. However, Athena lacked talent in this aspect, so most of her help was not helpful. Alice was bored waiting, so she picked up the diamond solitaire that Aldous left on the table and played. Chinrei estimated that this exquisite new chess set couldn't escape from her clutches. The master could only go to the corner to draw circles again. After a while, Chinrei finally succeeded. Alice, who had been sniffing the fragrance in the air, had her eyes lit up. She looked at the strange big pot on the table with a flame burning below. She asked curiously, "It smells so good. What is this?" "This is called hot pot. Come, try it." As Chinrui said, he asked Slee to take out the tableware and distribute it to everyone. He put the cut meat slices into the pot and put some supplementary side dishes. After the barbecue last time, he already knew some common seasonings in the demon realm. It was all thanks to Alice, the glutton, who brought them all. Although the ingredients and seasonings here were far less abundant than Chinrui's previous life, there were several unique spices that weren't available in that world. It was more than enough to deal with some home-cooked dishes. Alice learned from Chinrui and wanted to pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, but she couldn't use Chinrui's homemade chopsticks. She simply scooped out the soup with the spoon and put it in her mouth. "Wow, it's hot! It's so spicy!" Alice exclaimed exaggeratedly, but her hands moved faster and faster. Soon, not only the little loli, but also Athena and Kia fell in love with the new thing called hot pot. "Don't rush, you can continue to add dishes. Eat while it's hot." Chinrui handed the lettuce to Alice. He saw the imp who was drooling but standing respectfully. He said, "Slee, what are you doing? Come and eat." "Slee can also eat?" Slee almost thought he heard it wrong. It took a long time for him to react. He recalled the bullying he was bullied since he was a child, and his small eyes suddenly burst into tears. "Oh my God, what a great and kind master this is! It's simply a gift from the demon god. Even without that contract, Slee will not betray his master. Unless there are 100 black crystal coins in front of me. No, 200 coins." Chinrui didn't have Alice's mind reading, so how would he know the bargaining struggle in the imp's mind? He added some dishes to the newly recruited servant. Anyway, he had to have both carrots and sticks. This touching action suddenly doubled the bargaining chip of betraying his master to 400 black crystal coins. The deep-rooted concept of the lower class made Slee afraid to eat at the same table with a royal family like Alice. He scooped some from the bowl and sat in the corner to eat. He felt that this was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. After a clean meal, Alice touched her round belly with satisfaction and looked at Chinrui approvingly. "Chinrui, you're very good. I've decided that you will be my favorite subject in the future." This rhythmic voice echoed in the laboratory, making the Sir Favorite Subject speechless. However, the Sir Favorite Subject's servant still looked envious. "Fortunately, it's not the boy toy mentioned last time. It's just a word difference, but it's 1,000 miles apart. Having said that, if I really dare to be Alice's boy toy or something, I'm afraid I'll be promoted by Princess Royal Highness immediately, a eunuch official. This is a great honor." Alice counted with her fingers and said, "The favorite subject is my close subject. He has to tell stories and cook delicious food every day. He has to hand over half of the magic crystal coins he usually earns to me. When I go out to eat, he is also responsible for paying the bill. Isn't this worse than being a servant?" Chinrui broke into a cold sweat and shook his head decisively. "I've always been noble and unquestionable. I'll give this great honor to others." Athena saw with her own eyes that Chinrui put the antidote into the hot pot. Alice didn't doubt it as expected. She even ate a lot with Kia. She finally felt relieved and secretly admired her human friend's wit. She said, "Alice, stop it. The hot pot has been eaten. Let's go back early. Why do I always feel that you're speaking for this guy?" Alice glanced at Athena suspiciously, then glanced at Chinrui. "By the way, at the city gate you seem to have said that a certain human is your friend." Athena's face was slightly hot, and she admitted it openly. "Yes, although I haven't known him for a long time, I think Chinrui is a worthy friend. He's much better than Aaron, that insidious and cowardly guy. Chinrui can tell stories and cook fun and delicious food." Alice tilted her head and thought for a while. She nodded and said, "Since he is Athena's friend, then he can be considered as Alice's friend." Chinrei felt helpless about Alice's criteria for choosing friends. Alice walked over and patted Chinrei's shoulder like a big sister of the club. If someone bullies you in the future, just say my name, and no one dares to touch you. Of course, except when I bully you. At that moment, Aldous' figure appeared at the door of the lab. Master! Chinrei stepped forward. Come, try this new flavor of good stuff. The Dark Elf Master uncharacteristically shook his head and didn't speak. Chinrei then noticed that Aldous' gloomy face had an unprecedented gloominess and heaviness. Chapter 17. Dark Moon City, a residence hall somewhere. Alan listened to Gank's report with a livid face and asked, Did Athena really say that the human is her friend? Gank replied with lingering fear. Yes, General. Many soldiers saw it at that time. Madame Athena even attacked me in front of everyone. I almost lost my life. Damn human! What does Athena see in him? Alan said while gritting his teeth. He only felt jealous. Athena never treated him, the sheriff, seriously. She didn't even look at him. Now, she actually called the human she just met as a friend and stood up for him. It was intolerable. Okay, Gank, you can leave. Another faint voice sounded in the hall. Yes, Sir Joseph. Gank's awe of this person was no less than his immediate boss, Alan. He bowed and retreated. My friend, I really don't know what about that savage woman makes you so obsessed. If you want women, you can just grab a bunch of them. Do you want me to give you a few succubus slaves of the highest quality? Joseph poured a glass of wine and said slowly. Joseph had a human appearance. He should be a mutated bloodline. He looked elegant and calm, which was completely different from Alan's violent warrior temperament. Humph, no need. Alan snorted coldly. Aren't you also interested in Princess Royal? It's just that although Royal Highness Jia is beautiful, she is an iceberg. She has no interest at all. I don't understand why you like her. Stupid thing, my liking is different from yours. Joseph sneered in his heart, but his face was still calm. Just like you, everyone has different hobbies. I just returned to Dark Moon City. I still don't know the origin of the human named Chinrei. He's just a good-for-nothing with surprisingly good luck. Alan gritted his teeth. This human fell into the demon realm about 10 days ago and was captured by the soldiers. During interrogation, he changed his name to Arthur. He is a nobleman with no combat power. At that time, he was taken away by Master Aldous as a test drug, but a few days later, he miraculously became Aldous' apprentice. His identity was even publicly recognized by Royal Highness Jia. I don't know what's so attractive about this guy, but Athena and the little princess go to see him almost every day. Joseph thought for a moment and said, In that case, his biggest reliance is the Dark Elf Master's attention. I know the little princess very well. She's just curious. Princess Royal should be doing this to win over Aldous. However, Aldous couldn't protect himself now, so he would leave the Dark Moon City soon. At that time, this human will lose his value. Even if you want to chop him into 7 or 8 pieces, Her Royal Highness will not stop you. With the help of the person from the capital, Aldous will definitely lose. Alan turned from anger to joy. He nodded and raised his glass to Joseph. You're right. Come, cheers! In Aldous' lab in the outer courtyard of the palace, after Alice and the other two left, only Aldous and Chinrei were left in the lab. The observant imp noticed that the master was in a bad mood, so he retreated early. Aldous took out a thick book. Refining Essentials. Commonly used potion formulas. Poison supplement. Chinrei, these books are for you. The Dark Elf sighed. In the future, when I'm not around you, you have to study hard. Although you have the inheritance of the Grand Master, there is no end to learning. You must not slack off. As long as you keep working hard, one day, your achievement will shock the entire demon realm. Chinrei was shocked. Master, what happened? Where are you going? I'm likely to leave the Dark Moon City. Aldous shook his head. He looked gloomy and explained the reason. The demon realm worshipped the strong. Not only power, but the competition in various fields was extremely fierce. The rules of the pharmaceutics world were quite unique. If one wanted to become a pharmaceutics master, there were two ways. The first way was to go to the Potioneer Alliance in the capital and pass a series of complicated assessments, including accurately making the highest level of white potions within a specified time. Moreover, one must be recognized by at least two masters. The second way was to directly challenge the famous master under the witness of the Potioneer Alliance. If one succeeded, he would be promoted to the master level directly. If one failed, he would be deprived of the master status and exiled for 3 years. 3 years later, he could only challenge or assess the master level again. If the challenge refused to accept the challenge, it would be regarded as a failure directly. However, the challenger was not without risk. He needed to bet a huge amount of wealth. Once the challenge failed, the wealth would belong to the master, and he couldn't challenge again within 3 years. Shinrei understood. It was just like gambling. Aldous went on to explain that money was very important for a potioneer because alchemy was a costly discipline. Whether it was pharmaceutics or mechanics, they all needed a lot of financial support. Even if it was to assess the alchemist's level or learn from an alchemist, it would cost a lot. Therefore, ordinary alchemists would seek support from financial forces and work for them. Shinrei secretly thought that compared to that, it was too easy for him to become a free apprentice. Aldous himself was once in debt due to financial problems and was treated coldly. After he failed to assess the master level, he almost lost his confidence in life after losing all his fortune. At this lowest point, Aldous met Princess Royal Jia. At that time, Jia was only 16 years old. She had just taken over the Dark Moon City, but she had a good eye for talent and provided valuable funds for Aldous. After Aldous became a master, he returned the favor by resolutely refusing the capital's invitation. He stayed in the Dark Moon City to serve Jia. Shinrei showed a look of understanding. No wonder the Dark Elf Master has a sincere respect for Princess Jia. Aldous sighed. A few months ago, I received letters from Master Zola and Master Kemp from the capital. In the letters, they promised me a lot of benefits and persuaded me to serve Regent Obsidian, but I rejected them flatly. Today, the Potioneer Alliance's capital branch suddenly sent a magic message. The capital's Potioneer, Sandro, officially challenged me. Now, the two Potioneer Masters and Sandro are already on the way to the Dark Moon City. They will arrive in 2 days. Since he refused a toast, he was forced to drink a forfeit. Aldous was Jia's right-hand man. If he was defeated and exiled, then the reputation of the Dark Moon Estate and Jia's strength would be greatly damaged. Obviously, this was a means of Prince Obsidian to weaken Princess Jia's strength. The capital was very far from the Dark Moon City. Even with the fastest flying beast, it would take nearly a month's journey. Yet, the magic message only reached Aldous now. It seemed that the other party deliberately wanted to catch him off guard. Master, no matter what the other party's plan is, only strength can explain everything in the end. Shinrei thought for a while and said, As long as you defeat Sandro, the other party's scheme will fail, and they will lose a lot of wealth. I naturally understand this. The problem is that I'm not Sandro's opponent. Aldous smiled bitterly. Sandro is the most outstanding potioneer genius of the Empire. When I was taking the potioneer assessment, he already had the title of the first genius potioneer of the Empire. Moreover, this person had long since possessed the strength of a master, and even many masters respected him greatly. It was said that he once swore that if he didn't develop the strongest poison, he would never participate in the master assessment. Now that he came to challenge me, on one hand, he was ordered by the regent. On the other hand, he probably had a major breakthrough in developing a new poison. He planned to use me as a sacrifice to advance to master. I discussed with Princess Royal for a long time in the council hall just now, but we couldn't come up with a countermeasure. Shinrei asked tentatively, Master, if you immediately contact Sandro and say that you are willing to serve Prince Obsidian, can you avoid this challenge? Aldous shook his head firmly. Since I refused Prince Obsidian's recruitment previously, I won't accept it now. Although we dark elves don't talk about hypocrisy like integrity and tolerance, we remember kindness the most. I will never betray Royal Highness Jia. Even if I am exiled for 3 years, I will try my best to become a master again and continue to serve Royal Highness. However, since Prince Obsidian had the intention to deal with Jia, it was hard to say whether Aldous could keep his life during the exile. Even if the Dark Elves could survive and regain the glory of the Master, would the Dark Moon City, which was already in danger, still be under Jia's control in 3 years' time? Even if Chenrui thought of this, Aldous must be aware of it. Aldous didn't say anything more. He continued to clean up the potions and books and was ready to leave at any time. Chenrui didn't help Aldous clean up. He frowned at the side and said nothing. Aldous was very rigorous in academics. Although he was a bit cunning like the Dark Elves, he didn't hold back when teaching Chenrui pharmaceutics. There was no so-called racial discrimination. At the same time, this master was also Chenrui's best protection. Whether it was for others or for himself, Chenrui had to try to help him. Also, now that the super system startup progress was stagnant, Sandro's new poison might be an opportunity. In contemplation, a bold plan gradually formed in Chenrui's mind. Master, wait! Don't be too pessimistic. We may not necessarily lose. If my plan succeeds... After Chenrui thought about it, he smiled and said, "Perhaps we can first discuss the distribution of that huge amount of wealth." This sentence made Aldous' movement pause. His originally gloomy eyes suddenly widened. At this time, in the Dark Moon Estate, under the circumstance that someone intentionally spread the news that the capital's potion genius, Sandro, would officially challenge Master Aldous in 2 days. The entire Dark Moon was discussing this major event. 2 days passed quickly. Just like the time of the magic message, a group of people from the capital appeared outside the Dark Moon City on time. Chapter 18. In this team from the capital city, there were majestic knights and well-equipped soldiers. The most eye-catching one was the middle-aged man riding a black demonic horse. This was a thin lich with an ordinary appearance, but even the 2 potion masters beside him didn't dare to neglect this man who was just a potion master because he was Sandro, the most outstanding potion master genius in the Fallen Angel Empire for 300 years. The group was welcomed by Princess Royal Jia at the city gate. Although everyone showed considerable courtesy and respect to the Princess Royal who was related to the Crown Prince, many people couldn't help but show contempt when they saw the simple and desolate buildings around them on the way to the palace. The so-called sense of superiority from the big city was expressed in their words. After entering the palace, the host and guests were seated. Jia said, "Everyone came from afar. You must be tired. Let's rest for a day and then discuss the challenge." Sandro got up and said, "Your Royal Highness, I came here specifically to challenge Master Aldous. I request to start the challenge now. Please understand my eagerness to become a master." Master Zola and Master Kemp on the sides smiled at the same time. Originally, they wanted to make a surprise attack by notifying 2 days in advance. It was still according to the rules of the Potioneer Alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't even give 1 more day. How could they give the opponent a chance to delay now? There is nothing to rest in such a poor place. A contemptuous voice came from the guests. It was the young knight who escorted the team, wearing a silver full-body armor. Jia recognized that this was the new noble of the military, Chelt. His father was one of the 3 generals of the Obsidian Empire. She frowned slightly and pretended not to hear it. Athena on the opposite couldn't hold it anymore. She got up and shouted, "Chelt, you coward! How dare you despise the majesty of Princess Royal Highness? Pull out your sword and let me see if the loser has improved." Chelt was defeated by Athena in the youth swordsmanship competition a few years ago. She exposed the past in public, so he was furious. As he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Master Kemp. At this time, it was important to return to the main topic if they fell into Jia's trap. Master Zola was also a dark elf. He said, "Why don't I see Master Aldous? It is the rule of the Pharmacist Alliance that a master must accept a challenge. There is no need to discuss it. Why don't we go directly to his laboratory? When Jia heard Master Zola went straight to the point, she didn't panic. She just said with a little embarrassment, "Actually, Master Aldas had an accident when he was experimenting with a powerful new drug 3 days ago. Now he is seriously injured and has lost his ability to move. He can't come, so I said we need to discuss." "Oh?" Master Zola sneered. "Why did something happen to Master Aldas when we just arrived here? Could it be that he's afraid of Sandro's reputation and faked an injury to avoid the challenge?" Jia's expression remained unchanged and she asked, "Master Aldas had an accident 3 days ago. At that time, he didn't know that Sandro would challenge him. Based on your journey, it should have taken you at least more than a month to get here from the capital. Why did we only receive a magic message from the Pharmacist Alliance 2 days ago?" This rhetorical question hit the nail on the head. It not only clarified Aldas's innocence, but also vaguely pointed out that this was a conspiracy. Master Zola was speechless for a moment. Master Kemp, who enslaved the demons, said, "Princess Jia misunderstood. Originally, we were invited by the Red Spirit Lord Sir Josh to visit the Red Spirit City. Sandro had a sudden idea and decided to come to the Dark Moon Estate to challenge Master Aldas first. That was why the magic message was so rushed. If Princess Royal doesn't believe it, you can ask Sir Josh's eldest son, Joseph. I remember he seems to be the financial officer of the Dark Moon City." The Red Spirit Estate was adjacent to the Dark Moon Estate. As a confidant of Prince Obsidian, the Red Spirit Lord Josh was the eye of the capital to monitor the Dark Moon. Since most of the resources and funding of the Dark Moon Estate came from the Red Spirit Estate, Jia had to put Joseph, who came to serve. Joseph was a member of the Dark Moon City on the surface. If he testified for this matter, then it was even more impossible to refute. Taking a step back, Sandro's challenge was in line with the procedure. There was no point in arguing on the notification time. No need. Why wouldn't I believe Master Kemp? Jia nodded calmly. I have just sent Kaguran to ask the injured Master Aldas to see if he has any request to postpone this challenge. Kemp and Zola looked at each other and quickly exchanged opinions. He could hide for a while, but he couldn't hide forever. If the other party wanted to postpone, then Sandro would stay in the Dark Moon City until Aldas recovered to accept the challenge. Anyway, he wouldn't stop until he chased Aldas away. Soon, the report from the head of the palace guards, Kaguran, surprised the guests from the capital, including Sandro. The seriously injured Master Aldas was unwilling to postpone the challenge. He promised to openly accept Sandro's challenge in the center of the Dark Moon City's arena. Sandro initially thought that the other party wanted to delay, but he didn't expect the other party to accept the challenge directly. However, he was confident that he was brave and said proudly, "It's rare for Master Aldas to accept the challenge with an injury. In order to show my respect to him, I will go to the arena now and start the challenge." There was no fluctuation on Jia's cold face. She said faintly, "If that's the case, please wait for a moment. I will immediately send someone to the arena to arrange everything." The Dark Moon Arena was one of the largest buildings in the city. It was quite famous 400 years ago. At that time, the Beelzebub royal family, who had disappeared, appeared in the Dark Moon City. They controlled the Dark Moon Estate and attempted to invade the Red Spirit Estate and threaten the capital. The Lord of Midnight Sun heard the news and came. He fought with the Beelzebub royal family in this arena. In the end, he severely injured the opponent, and that person disappeared. Corresponding to the long history of the arena was the shabby furnishings. With the busy work of Kaguran and the other guards, the arena was quickly cleaned up, a high platform was erected, and rows of seats were placed there as the VIP seats. As for the rest of the people, they naturally didn't have such good treatment, but it didn't affect their enthusiasm at all. The originally deserted arena was suddenly overcrowded. Although everyone was quite afraid of Master Aldas, who often screamed, from the bottom of their hearts, they still hoped that he could defeat those outsiders and win glory for the Dark Moon. In the eyes of the crowd, Sandro's attendants skillfully arranged a series of tools and materials. On the other side, Master Aldous was also carried into the arena on a stretcher, followed by the new apprentice, Chinrui, which caused a commotion among the audience. Human? The appearance of Chinrui made Sandro frown. After listening to Jia's introduction of Chinrui's origin, he showed a disapproving look. When Zola and Kemp heard that Aldous actually accepted a human captive as an apprentice, they were scornful. It was the first time that Chinrui faced such a big scene. Looking at the countless strange demons' faces around him, he calmed down and bowed to the VIP seats. He said loudly, "I'm Chinrui, the new apprentice of Master Aldous. As the master was accidentally injured in the experiment, he is temporarily unable to move, so he will be commanding me to accept the challenge. Does Sir Sandro agree?" Commanding apprentice to accept the challenge? Moreover, it's a newly recruited apprentice. This was the first time in the history of the Master's Challenge. Although Aldous had the reason of being seriously injured and unable to move, Sandro still clearly felt insulted. Could it be that Aldous knew he was going to fail, so he tried to humiliate his opponent before leaving? "I agree." Sandro stared at Aldous in the distance, and his eyes flashed with murderous intention. "I request for a life-and-death battle. I wonder if Master Aldous still has the guts to let the human apprentice replace him?" Life-and-death battle. Zola and Kemp were surprised. A life-and-death battle was where the potioneers directly tested each other's potions instead of substitutes. The one who was poisoned first was judged to have failed. Usually, only two parties with deep hatred would do this. Under this rule, even if Aldous sent an apprentice to fight, as long as the apprentice was poisoned, he himself must accept the death penalty. The two masters, Zola and Kemp, had absolute confidence in Sandro's strength. Although they were surprised, they quickly recovered their calmness. Sure enough, Aldous on the opposite side fell into contemplation. He seemed to be thinking about something. The human apprentice showed fear and came to Aldous and whispered. He seemed to be afraid to accept the challenge. The dark elf looked angry. His trembling finger pointed at the human, but he could only lift it a little and fell down powerlessly. The serious injury didn't seem fake. The surrounding noise was too noisy. Even those with keen hearing couldn't hear the whispers of the two. Joseph saw it, and he couldn't help but frown. According to the intelligence from the insider, Aldous wasn't injured 3 days ago. Instead, he had been staying in the lab for the past 2 days. Could it be that he was accidentally injured to deal with Sandro and forcefully brew some difficult potions? In the end, Aldous made a decision to let the apprentice Chinrui replace him to accept the life-and-death battle. It seemed that the Dark Elf Master was planning to use his death to repay Princess Royal's kindness. After the guards announced the rules of the life-and-death battle to the ignorant audience, the people of Dark Moon City were in an uproar. They felt more and more excited. They couldn't understand anything about potions, but they should be able to understand life and death. Sandro showed a cruel smile. He didn't think there was any suspense in this battle. With his newly developed poison, even if Aldous fought personally, he would only die from the poison, let alone the weak human. Princess Jia announced the start of the battle. The surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes fell on the poor human. Some people were already betting. How long would it take for the human to be poisoned to death? 1 second? Or 2 seconds? Sandro quickly began to dispense the potion. His skilled and precise technique made the two masters, Zola and Kemp, as the judges, feel inferior. The genius potioneer really deserved his reputation. In just 2 minutes, a bottle of potion was dispensed. On the other side, the apprentice Chinrui was clumsily following the instructions of Aldous' gestures. He didn't even complete the classification of the raw materials. According to the rules, if one party dispensed the potion first, then the other party could only stop and dispense the antidote within the specified time to try the poison. The life-and-death battle was not only about the potion's strength, but it was also a test of the potioneer's own skills and wisdom. If the potion was only fast, then the potion might not be effective enough. If it was too slow, the opponent would take the initiative. Sandro signaled the judge to let the opponent try the potion. Chunrei looked very nervous. He first closed his eyes and prayed for a while. Then, he took the bottle of dark green potion with trembling hands. No one knew that he was praying for progress. Progress. Chapter 19. How could such a mediocre person who barely passed the master assessment with the support and funding of Princess Royal crack the new poison that I, a master genius, secretly made for many years? Sandro was fearless. The Lich itself was a talented race in magic. Moreover, once Aldous hurt someone, then this life and death challenge would be judged as a loss, which was equivalent to sentencing the Dark Elf to death. Aldous came to his senses and temporarily suppressed his anger. What can you do? As we all know, detoxification is much more difficult than poisoning. In this case, it is also limited by time and materials. Could it be that someone secretly gave the new poison that I successfully developed for many years to Aldous in advance so that the other party can develop the antidote? This assumption is obviously impossible. Sandro carefully held the potion in his hand, feeling that the confidence of a genius had returned to him. He firmly believed that even if a real dragon drank the entire bottle of potion, it would not be able to remain unscathed. Sandro had the halo of the top genius for many years. He had never been looked down upon like this. He was so angry that his face turned pale. The most powerful counterattack now was to poison the human on the opposite side until nothing was left. Only then could the audience shut their damn mouths. He had the halo of a genius for nearly 100 years. When he was famous in the early days of the Empire, the fallen Dark Elf was still an apprentice somewhere. If it weren't for the vow of the new poison, he would have become a master long ago. Even those potion masters were respectful to him. Just when Master Kemp was puzzled, Sandro finally completed the concoction of the soul-eating poison. The genius potioneer who was motivated performed perfectly this time and successfully concocted the poison in one go. I think the poison he concocted can't even kill a bug. If I were to go up, it would definitely be easier than that human. The effect is not bad. It actually increased by 1.5% under the premise of completing so much progress. This is impossible. Sandro's face was full of disbelief. He gritted his teeth and shouted. The result once again surprised the potioneer genius and potion master. After a period of time, the human was still alive and kicking. In the roar of the audience, the system's startup progress had reached 94%. 10 minutes later, Sandro's new poison was released again, and Chunrei barely mixed a part of the formula according to the proportion. Even the ignorant audience could see from Aldous's anxious look that the situation was not good. These words were already very arrogant. He completely ignored the existence of Princess Royal Jia. When the audience heard how Sandro looked down on the Dark Moon City, they all showed anger. Master Kemp set his eyes on Chunrei. He keenly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. As he spoke, he came to the table, poured out a few bottles of medicine, mixed them, and drank them as an antidote. Then, he raised his head and drank the bottle of soul-devouring poison. Joseph's eyes narrowed slightly. Sandro's challenge in the Dark Moon City was indeed instructed by Regent Obsidian. Not only to expel and eliminate Aldous, but also to warn Princess Royal. It seemed that Princess Jia's actions over the years had gradually attracted the attention of Regent Royal Highness. What Regent Obsidian needed was a livestock that could be slaughtered at will, not a beast that could bite back at any time. This time, Sandro was going to brew the highest achievement of his research over the years, soul-devouring poison. After the successful research of this soul-devouring poison, he once tested it on a wyvern that was highly toxic. As a result, even the wyvern couldn't resist the poison and died. It was very difficult to brew soul-devouring poison. Even at Sandro's current level, there was a certain chance of failure, which would be accompanied by great danger. However, Sandro couldn't care so much anymore. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Sandro, was the most outstanding genius potion master, and the other geniuses were just stepping stones under his feet. If Sandro knew that Chunrei was still cheering for him in his heart, he would definitely be so touched that his 7 orifices would bleed. However, at this time, the Lich had already finished focusing on the blending of the potion. He had to admit that this Lich, who was supposed to be proficient in magic, did indeed have an extraordinary potion master talent. When he entered the state, his anxiety and anger gradually calmed down. All that was left was focus. Athena and everyone cheered together. Only the little lowly on the side shook her head calmly. Using the human's own new term, this kind of acting is too lacking in connotation. At most, it's at the level of a bento box. If it's me, I can at least get the best nomination for the Pita Card Award. Sandro's expression became more and more ferocious. Suddenly he grinned. By the way, don't you have a sister who has been separated since childhood? I will do everything I can to find her, then I will train her to be the most despicable bitch. If I'm really tired of her, I can also use her as a target for testing poison. It's a wonderful idea just thinking about it. Since Sandro's poison failed for the second time, Master Kemp began to pay attention to the actions of the human apprentice. Judging from the clumsy movements and rusty techniques, this Chinrei was definitely a novice. The poisons that he slowly mixed seemed to be the most basic formulas. It was impossible to use them in this level of life and death battle. The antidotes that this guy mixed were even more messy and unreasonable. Some were even poisons. I really don't know what kind of advice Aldous gave that it could resolve Sandro's poison. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Chinrei was excited, but the soul-eating poison just now was really powerful. The progress of the super system finally reached 100%. Sandro used magic echo to speak, which resounded throughout the entire arena. The surroundings immediately quietened down. Like many cities in the demon realm, the residents of the Dark Moon Estate had a strong sense of territory. Although Chinrei was a human and was also hostile, in the eyes of the audience today, this apprentice represented the Dark Moon. The people in the capital city were outsiders, so they jeered at Sandro. What kind of expression is that? He actually looks excited? Even Sandro himself was stunned. Was that really a tonic just now? Master! Chinrei noticed that the situation was not right. He came to Aldous' side and whispered, If you want this bastard to die, listen to me. I have a way! Damn! Chinrei had goosebumps. He didn't expect Sandro to be so vicious. Since his soul transmigrated, it was the first time he had such a strong desire to kill someone. No matter what, I must kill this bastard. Aldous, first of all, I have to admit that you are a genius that was underestimated. You solved my first 2 poisons with the help of an apprentice. With your talent, you shouldn't stay in this poor and ugly small town. Unfortunately, you are very stupid. You actually rejected the invitation of the 2 masters and the kindness of the regent. So, you only have one way to go today. Humph, I was just lucky. Sandro's surprise only lasted for a few seconds, and he immediately began to mix the poisons. It was just a test just now. The human apprentice seemed to be a novice, so there was no need to worry about his speed. He could mix the complicated poisons with peace of mind. That so-called genius can't even compete with the weakest apprentice of our Dark Moon. Go back to the capital city and drink milk. Sandro's heavy breathing just now made Chinrei worry that this guy would suddenly have a myocardial infarction, or even a suicide explosion like Aldous at that time. Now the progress of the super system had reached 98%, just a little bit more. Brother Sandro, the revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still need to work hard. You must hold on. Just like the previous time, Chinrei once again took the potion nervously and accepted Aldous's analysis and guidance. He first drank the prepared antidote, then drank Sandro's poison. With such a weak body, he still wants to challenge Master Aldous. Under everyone's attention, Chinrei looked at the bottle in his hand and walked to Master Aldous. He let the master smell it and accepted a few whispers. Then, he hurriedly mixed a bottle of antidote and drank it first. Then, he gritted his teeth and drank Sandro's poison. Under everyone's focus, the human stood up shakily. He staggered a few steps and finally stood firm. He walked to the table while panting, showing a look of surviving a disaster. Sandro took a deep breath. His arrogance was gone, and he finally calmed down. Since this Aldous was a hidden master, then he should also go all out and exert his strongest strength to defeat his opponent. When Chinray took the potion and walked to Aldous according to the script, Sandro said, "Wait. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. The human still didn't fall. Instead, he looked surprised. It seemed that the antidote that Master Aldous gave him worked. The audience suddenly cheered. No matter what, at least Dark Moon City regained its face. Only those who bet on the human being poisoned looked bitter. "Before both of you die, I have something to say." Sandro looked at Aldous and Chinray with a gloomy face. "Aldous, I know you are not hurt. The reason why you let this apprentice fight is because you are jealous of my talent. You want to humiliate me in public." Of course, Chinray wanted to be surprised because the startup progress of the super system that had been hard to progress really began to rise. 91.5%. Just your death is not enough to pay for the humiliation you gave me. I want the people close to you to suffer unimaginable pain. Sandro's tone seemed extremely gloomy. "Aldous, you should drink this bottle of soul-eating poison yourself. I will keep your apprentice alive, but I will castrate him and give him to a demon who likes men. I will let him suffer a fate worse than death." Joseph's eyes secretly moved to Jia's face. The Princess Royal didn't show any anger or panic. She was like an unmelted ice, still quietly watching the stage. The two referees were surprised to see Chinray unscathed. Their eyes fell on Sandro. Sandro was surprised. He didn't expect Aldous to be so powerful. He could analyze the poison's composition just by smelling it. In order to arouse Sandro's desire to win, during the third poison test, Chinray showed a painful expression. He held his stomach and slowly sat on the ground. His body trembled slightly. His subtle and delicate performance style made the audience nervous. Even Athena couldn't help but stand up worriedly. It was just that Sandro seemed to have forgotten that there was a kind of giant dragon which was the ancestor of all poisons. Although the soul-eating poison was powerful, it was far from that level. Besides, even the horrifying poison of the giant dragon couldn't do anything to a rookie apprentice. Everyone's eyes were focused on the human apprentice. They saw Chinray's body trembled slightly and his face became strange. Chinray leaned close to Aldous' ear and told him the idea he came up with temporarily. Aldous' angry look became interesting. He looked at Chinray with a weird face. The human apprentice nodded firmly at him and pretended to listen to the master's instructions. Then, he walked a few steps to Sandro and said loudly, "The master just said that you are a waste. You pretended to be a genius for many years and deceived the entire empire. He can poison you to death with just a fart. As for this bottle of poison, it's similar to a tonic, it's not poisonous." Aldous' eyes became fierce instantly. Blue electric sparks appeared on his body, which was obviously a precursor to an outbreak. Most of the audience didn't understand the rules. When they saw the situation, it seemed that it was going to turn into a fight. Their interest increased and their cheers became more enthusiastic. Chinray tried to hide the excitement in his heart. Let the storm come fiercer.